Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
I'm John North, the Berzerker.
It's Saturday night, folks. You know what that means. It's Wrestling Insiders Week in Review. When we got John Nord with us, baby, we know you're in for a good time on a Saturday night. Get ready. It's time for Week in Review. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now. The Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fanfest celebration, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famers Tito, Santana, and Cowboy Bob Orton, the Wild Berzerker, Dangerous Danny Davis, and more 80s WWF icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, an autograph photo fan fest open to all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up the ring like Times Square on New Year's Eve. Relive your childhood. Get the best seats in the house at bostonwrestling.com now. We'll see you live April the 16th.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, Dan Marati here at MWF Studios, downtown Melrose, Mass. The zip code of champion 02176. The weather outside, it was frightful as I was trapped on Marati Hill, unable to get out of the house with another 10 inches of snow dumped in the Boston area yesterday. I'm in the middle of a major CRPS attack right now on my right leg that makes me wish I was home right now. I can barely walk, ready to scream, but we live to give you content. Would love to go to the emergency room here at Melrose Wakefield Hospital, but they usually look at me like I have three eyes when I tell them I have CRPS, so it's just a waste of time. Instead, I'm suffering here in pain, ready to scream, here at the studio, trying to get through the February 26, 2022 edition of Wrestling Insiders Week in Review, a day we wish Boston Wrestling Junior Ambassador Brandon J. the happiest of birthdays up in New Hampshire, the Granite State. I don't know how he keeps getting older because I don't age. Never age, at least mentally, but anyway. As I'm here in excruciating pain, I am not going to pop in between each episode like I normally do. Again, I'm a hurting unit. We'll go over some stuff now. We'll wrap it up at the end, but in between, you guys, baby, you're the boss. Slick Rick B, Phil DeCesare, any other moderator that pops in along with you great super fans around the corner, around the world. Don't forget, 7 weeks from tonight, if you're in the Northeast, you will be a hurting unit. If you're not with us for Boston Wrestling Sports, Back to the 80s live MWF wrestling event and the Legends Fan Fest, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. This Monday night, in the middle of a great 3-day taping session with the Berzerker, we announced that legendary WWE Hall of Famer Cowboy Bob Orton is the 7th featured superstar, joining fellow WWE Hoffers Hacksaw Jim Duggan and Tito Santana, the greatest tag team in WWF history, the three-time champions Axe and Smash Demolition, and where they go, sometimes you see the masked superstar and Repo Man not too far away. Fridley's finest, the Berzerker himself, will be there, as well as evil referee turned wrestler turned back referee Dangerous Danny Davis. This Monday night during Raw, batten down the hatches, we'll be announcing our 8th featured VIP 80s superstar. And as noted, if you guys keep loading up on the VIP packages and tickets, John Cena Sr. and I will bring you more. We'll bring you a 9th guest. a 10th legend. We'll keep going and going and going until we know Memorial Hall is SRO, and Pig it's counting all those free extra dollars we're forced to charge you, unfortunately. At the end of the day, WWE isn't bringing WrestleMania back to Boston because of the weather risk, and nowhere anywhere near Boston to have the mega event. However, on April 16th, we bring a slice of WrestleMania history to you. The event itself includes a VIP exclusive Q&A session before fans enter. It includes a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo before fans enter. Imagine the social media credibility you'll have on your Facebook or Instagram or whatever you may use, and a big group photo with you and all of these legends and Hall of Famers. Then, once all fans enter Memorial Hall, we'll have the Autograph Photo Fan Fest. Then, we're going to light up that ring like it's Times Square on New Year's Eve for a hot night of professional wrestling. You won't soon forget, fans. I know there's a lot of wrestling options in April, but let me tell you this. It's the most immersive, interactive experience you're going to find. It's one you will never forget, as opposed to a run-of-the-mill TV taping that you may not even remember the matches the next week. This is something you will remember forever. So get the best seats in the house. Be part of a professional wrestling celebration decades in the making. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com. Get your VIP packages and tickets now. We had an audio glitch the second night the Berzerker John Nord was taping Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursdays with us when we attempted to do a live cyber autograph signing. If you wanted an autographed 8x10 or 11x14 Berzerker photo or poster, we have a few remaining that he signed because of the technical issue. Certainly don't blame John C. Manicus Riley for that, the hardworking individual that he is, along with Howard Miller and Jackie the Joke Man that made these 3 days happen. You can still get them. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com and we'll ship them out to you this week. As noted, we're getting closer and closer to hitting our goal for our buddy Marty Jannetty's Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty Season 2. The Indiegogo is at 94%, kind of stuck at 94%. We need you guys to help get it over the hump. And then Marty is ready to come back to Boston. I had a nice talk with him this week. He seems to be improving a little bit from his ER visit. I guess if nothing else, maybe it's a good thing that he needs to be off the road for a couple of weeks so we can finish off the Indiegogo campaign, for one. And two, we don't want him overdoing it, because I think that has been a big problem with him in the past when he's had instances here at the studio that the poor guy, 2 major reconstructive ankle surgeries in 6 months, that's too much for everybody. But you know what? Marty is a determined individual. I guess, is that the PC way to put it? But again, he's pumped to return to Boston and create more magic in this studio. You can find the link to the Indiegogo campaign in this premiere chat on the right side of the screen. You can find it in the description box below, as well as our social media platforms. With the winter weather we've had here in the Northeast, it's the perfect song for it. It was the motivation for Quincy Rossantani to sing it to Deborah McMichael, "Baby, It's Cold Outside." But no matter where you are, have the professional wrestling streaming time of your life while helping keep wrestling legends working with early full screen, often ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders 5 nights a week, 300 plus full-length episodes in our archives. Our world-renowned studio shoot interview DVD series is seen by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show, Patreon exclusives and more by joining the Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. We noted that on Christmas and New Year's, we added exclusive, not to be found on YouTube watch-alongs with the Berzerker and Demolition acts. Last weekend, the Berzerker taped 3 brand new watch-alongs that are going to be coming to Patreon for you guys to enjoy. Again, more exclusive content headed your way at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Help keep wrestling legends working. Help them come into the studio so we can bring you more history that the fans can enjoy for years and decades to come. Treat yourself to something great from the Boston Wrestling eBay store with merchandise of superstars from every era. To add something cool to your wrestling man cave, it's open 24/7. Simply click the link in the description box below or go to bostonwrestling.com and hit the button that says Store. And with that said, please, folks, if you're enjoying tonight's program, please like, share, and subscribe so we can keep the family growing. Share your thoughts in the premiere chat or in the comment section below. And please, put the world-famous Super Chat button to use like you would if you went out to dinner or to a bar. Don't forget to tip the bartender or the waiter or waitress. Like our good friend, and I'm always worried I'm pronouncing his name wrong, Uli. He did it this week, baby, a much appreciated donation he sent in via PayPal. You guys are the foundation to what we do here in Boston Wrestling. You are the foundation to the house. You're the true bosses as far as who comes to MWF Studios now and in the future. As I said at the top of the program, I'm in so much pain I'm not going to be back until the end of Week in Review tonight. So let's run down what we have cooking. On Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission, WWF Tag Team Champion Oscar from Men on a Mission shoots on the return of Stone Cold Steve Austin. Undertaker, WWE Hall of Fame bound. Cody Rhodes pending return, and more. It's a double dose of the Berzerker John Nord. First, as he unleashes on Jake the Snake Roberts for yet again backing out of his commitment to us on April 16th, sharing his thoughts on his friend Jake. From Wrestling Insider Special Edition in Las Vegas, it's the final episode with our longtime friend Kevin Sullivan shooting on the Von Erich and Graham family deaths, Rey Mysterio, Rob Van Dam, and the Cauliflower Alley Club reunion. Once we get more fans active on Patreon, once we get more fans active with that Super Chat button and helping in other ways, we hope to have Kevin back very, very soon. Put the women and children to bed. It's Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursdays. As the Berzerker pauses his continued look at WWF in 1991 this week, having his own dark side of the ring, shooting on the Montreal Screwjob from Survivor Series 1997, what led to it, Bret Hart, Vince McMahon, and Shawn Michaels. And last but certainly not least, it's the father figure of Boston wrestling sports, as John Cena Sr. wraps up the week shooting on WrestleMania 38 rumors, Keith Lee making his way to AEW, and the potential WWE finales of Goldberg, Lita, and Kurt Angle. Let's kick off the week with some inside observation from a man that guided Men on a Mission to WWF Tag Team Championship Gold, the Vice President of Boston Wrestling Sports, Oscar. I am mentally, physically exhausted. We've had so much going on here in the world of Boston wrestling. Not one, but 2 live episodes with the Berzerker this weekend. Content galore, live episodes. All I can say is this. I am very happy it's Monday night at 11 because that means one thing, fans. It means you can kick back, relax, because the WWF Tag Team Championship manager, the guiding light of Men on a Mission, the man that nearly blew the roof off of every major arena in the United States and around the globe. I could only be talking about one man, the man that is still echoing through Madison Square Garden after WrestleMania 10. I could only be talking about the Vice President of Boston Wrestling Sports. I could only be talking about the O, the S, the C, the A, the R, the man that loves his Golden Corral with a little leader on the side, Oscar. Oscar, it is a pleasure to have you with me, brother, because I need you to carry me tonight. I'm done. How are you?
I love my Golden Corral with my leader on the side. Is that how it goes?
That's how it goes now. You're like a little Golden Corral with a little leader on the side.
I'm laughing because Mimi is over here laughing at that.
Oh, Mimi knows you like a little leader.
When she was there, she said, "You're supposed to be asleep anyway."
Who, me or Mimi?
No, she's supposed to be. She's laughing because she thinks that that's the truth.
Well, I can only go. Oh, look, number 7 just walked by, Oscar. I really am fried right now. Poor number 7. We've mentioned this elderly man. Gosh, he's got to be in his 80s, Oscar, and he walks on a walker. But he walks with the walker now because he was so bent over. He looked like, as the interns here at the studio dubbed him, number 7. Now, when he walks in the opposite direction, I don't know what they'd call him, but when he is headed northbound, he looks like the number 7. And I don't know why, but he walks by. He's going to be in tremendous physical condition. As noted, he walks by almost every episode when you and I are talking. And tonight we're taping much later at night than we usually do. But nonetheless, even 7 is interested in the Monday Night Mission.
Even 7. It's a couple of. I'm gonna dive right in because it's a couple of really big developments. This is a really big week.
Like you want to dive into Lita.
For wrestling.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get to Lita in a minute. But, okay, now, it's a week that baffles me because I'm wondering how does things happen, and what I'm talking about is the fact that let's talk Cody Rhodes for a few minutes.
All right.
Now, did not Cody Rhodes build AEW along with the Jackson brothers and start that whole thing? I mean, Tony Khan, of course, is the money behind it.
Sure.
But the talent that built the house that AEW built was from Cody Rhodes and I'm guessing his wife Brandy,
Ugh.
and then that whole thing. So how do you get rid of a guy like that or even let him leave?
Well, it's really interesting. Certainly will always be part of the foundation that built AEW. Obviously, it was Tony Khan's financial investment, but, in order for him to make things happen and really get the company on the map, to get that television deal with TNT, he had Cody Rhodes, he had the Young Bucks, he had Kenny Omega, and he had Chris Jericho, along with Jim Ross as the soundtrack to everything going on as they continued to build around that core foundation. It's to me, kind of surprising that he's gone. From what the rumor mill says, he was frustrated. He lost a lot of power in the booking department. And apparently it came down to AEW lawyers interacting with Rhodes family lawyers, and they couldn't come to a financially mutual agreement. Brandy, I still have yet to figure out, in all the years I've seen this woman, what she can contribute positively to a professional wrestling production. I didn't think she was a very good ring announcer in WWE. In AEW, they tried gimmick after gimmick to try and get her on TV, which were all a failure. Her wrestling isn't very good. Her promos aren't very good. She's just, from a television character point of view, very unlikable. As a human being, she could be a lovely human being for all I know. I think she's a very beautiful woman. But as far as what she contributes positively to a wrestling product, I don't think there's anything there. If I'm Tony Khan, where all I have seen is failure from her on television, I wouldn't be so eager to sign her to any type of a big money deal. As far as Cody Rhodes goes, I wouldn't want to lose him if I was AEW. I mean, I don't know how much money Cody was looking for. I don't know if he was looking for Jericho and CM Punk money, who I think are the two highest paid there, but loss for AEW. And I tell you, certainly at a time where WWE's main event grouping is pretty weak and getting pretty old, a 36-year-old Cody Rhodes is a fresh coat of paint if he decides to make the jump to WWE, which I think would be the obvious conclusion that most would come to.
Yeah, but see, okay, that goes to question number two, and I don't mean to make you talk, but I mean, you a stockholder, you got more answers than the rest of us. All right, say he goes over to WWE, what's he going to do when he gets there? I mean, I don't see how now you could job out Damian Priest to him. He can get that belt. You can job out Shinsuke Nakamura. He can get that belt. But there's no way he gets the WWE, the title, off a Brock Lesnar or Bobby Lashley, and keep it for any significant amount of time.
Well,
that would be so corny. I can't even put that in words.
I think you're going to see him in a top main event position. Are they going to give him the world title? I don't know. I tell you this, Oscar, in 2016, I thought he was pissed on so bad with that horrendous Stardust character that they gave him that didn't fit him. I hate to say it, but the perfect opportunity came to revert him back to Cody Rhodes when his dad passed away. Imagine the passionate promo that he could have cut when Dusty Rhodes died to, go from this foolish Stardust nonsense back to Cody Rhodes, but WWE didn't want to go in that direction, and he ultimately asked for his release. I applaud him for that. I think that takes character and integrity to walk away from big money like that when he really had no other big money opportunities. There was no AEW in 2016 when he left WWE. Now that he comes back, he has been focused more on a major league product. I think he comes back much stronger than he did when he left. Does he ever become world champion? I think the potential is there, considering some of the other people that have unfortunately held it. Do I see him as a top 10 player? Absolutely. Do I see him as a top 5 player? Kind of borderline. But you know what? I think the potential is there. It really all depends on the creative. As far as WrestleMania goes, I think he would certainly give it a boost.
I mean, the reason why I'm asking is because I'm baffled because I cannot see his contract some kind of way not including that he's going to be a top tier player. But that's my question. How do you incorporate that and make it realistic and believable? His little ass certainly ain't gonna beat Brock Lesnar. That's just not happening.
No, but I think, like I said, could he be in the mix? Is he a top 10 guy? I think absolutely at this point. For the money they're going to be paying him, if he does sign with them, it's going to be several $1 million a year. If someone like Kevin Owens, who I see contributing absolutely little to the grand scheme of things when it comes to the main event picture, $2 to $3 million a year, Cody is going to want big money. And he's going to come in for big money, and WWE is going to spend big money because they have it, and they know they need top people right now. They have none. Plus, AEW has set the precedent. Since they've come into business, all you have seen are talent, top card, mid card, undercard, leave WWE, whether they were released or their contracts expired, like Daniel Bryan and Adam Cole and CM Punk and Kyle O'Reilly. All you have seen is WWE talent go to AEW. This is really, it's almost like during the Monday Night Wars when the Big Show, the Giant, jumped from WCW to WWF. Cody Rhodes, if he decides to go, is the first jump from AEW to WWE, at least someone of importance. And I think that's big for WWE. They need to show people that they can still recruit, not just new talent that they can throw in NXT, but guys that they can take and put in the main event mix. I think that's very important to the company.
Well, speaking of Kevin Owens, I'm hearing rumblings that there's a possible match with him at WrestleMania with Stone Cold Steve Austin. Now, is this important, significant, or a waste of time?
Oscar, this is really interesting. I don't know if it was on this show or with John Cena Sr., but I was told by a very high-ranking WWE official maybe a month ago that they were working on something big for Steve Austin for WrestleMania. And my thought process was, okay, what are they going to do? Is he going to be a guest referee? Is he going to be the host of the show? Is he going to be involved in some kind of a skit or vignette that would probably be, I, in my wildest imagination, did not expect at the age of 57, after having his final match 19 years ago in 2003 at WrestleMania 19, that we'd be talking about Stone Cold Steve Austin actually having a comeback match. And if we were going to be having the conversation about Steve Austin having this comeback match after 19 years, that it would be against a guy like Kevin Owens.
Yeah.
Well, I just think it's, I guess, you know what? The best terminology is a letdown, but I think it leads to a light at the end of the tunnel. What are your thoughts on Owens as Austin's opponent?
Well, I just don't. I mean, I just don't like it. I mean, I just feel like it's a waste of what they could do. If you're gonna put Steve Austin in the ring with somebody, let it be somebody like a Randy Orton, or somebody of some real significance. And I'm not shooting down, I should say, Kevin Owens' in-ring talent. I think he's got plenty of it. But in-ring talent does not equal star power.
Right. At the end of the day, he's pretty much a mid-card guy at this point.
Right, exactly. And that being the case, if you are going to put a megastar like Steve Austin in the ring for a comeback situation, then let it be a comeback situation that if it had to stand by itself, let's say it was Steve Austin versus The Undertaker, and we'll get to him in a minute because big news with The Undertaker, as you well know. And then, yeah, it would be Steve Austin and The Undertaker. That match, if you didn't have no other match at all, that match by itself would make a significant WrestleMania impact. And that's what Stone Cold deserves coming back. I mean, I would even the Stone Cold versus Roman Reigns, I would come in, I would come and sit down for that. But Kevin Owens, I mean, I could care less if Kevin Owens was in WrestleMania for anything.
Exactly. If he wasn't even on the show, I wouldn't give a shit.
Right, if he wasn't even on the show. Right, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, and we're not trying to knock the guy, but I mean, at the end of the day, his presentation. Go ahead.
He's got talent. He has got talent, but at the same time, okay, he got talent, but
been there, done that.
You know what I'm trying to say.
Shinsuke Nakamura's got a lot of talent. Are you going to care if he's on the show or not? Sheamus has a lot of talent. Are you going to care if he's on the show or not? No, not really. Is it going to make the difference if you're going to watch it or not?
Right, make the list. That's right.
But here is where I see the yellow brick road, Oscar. I look at it like this. Steve Austin is a very smart man. I happened to be around him during my time when I worked with Ed Cohen in WWF in 2000 and 2001. He's a perfectionist. He's not going to be the guy that comes back and wrestles in a T-shirt and jeans. He's going to get himself into grade A quality condition for him, as good a condition as a 57-year-old man can get himself into, I think. And I hate to say it, but, with past usage, he can pass certain tests. If he's used as a guest, there's certain enhancements he might be able to use that regular talents cannot. I'll leave it at that. But I think this, Oscar, if Kevin, and again, Austin is a very smart man. If Austin is coming back and you have Owens right now is who he's working with, I have to look at it like this. This isn't going to be his only match. I don't know if you're looking at a Goldberg situation where you might see him once, twice, 3 times a year on some big stadium shows, but I don't think Steve Austin is coming back for one match, and it's only going to be against Kevin Owens. There's too many other top guys he could be working with. Randy Orton is someone that I mentioned when John Cena Sr. and I discussed it on Wrestling Inside His Fabulous Fridays on Friday night. There's a lot of big money opponents for him that he could be working with, and Kevin Owens isn't one of them. What do you think?
No, I mean, I don't know. His neck concerned me as far as trying to, make a mini career out of it.
Mm-hmm.
He got out of wrestling for a reason, and I'm concerned about his health and well-being as far as trying to, keep going. One match, yeah, sure. That's all fine, well and good, but
you got to look at it like this. He had Edge's in year 2, and he had pretty much the same issue that Austin did, and Edge's worked out pretty good.
Yeah. Okay.
He had an injury, but it had nothing to do with the neck.
Well, we'll just have to see how it goes.
And again, I don't want to talk about someone's personal health, and I don't know this about Steve Austin one way or the other, but I do know that there have been some of the talents that were supposedly done that weren't going to be able to come back and so on and so forth, that in Mexico were able to get certain stem cells, I believe, that you can't get in the United States to try and help the cause. I don't know if Steve Austin had that done, but if it was able to help his neck get back into top-tier shape, I think that's great. I know Steve Austin has said on his podcast a few times that he feels like he could go for a couple of years, and he said that for quite a while now. He made so much money he didn't need to. But now I do know that when past WrestleManias, I know at 30 they wanted him to work Triple H. I don't know what year it was, but they wanted to do something with him and Punk. But he wanted Rock money, and I think as the biggest superstar in the history of professional wrestling, I don't care what anyone says about Rock. I don't care what anyone says about Hulk Hogan. Yes, those two men may be bigger mainstream stars with what they've done in Hollywood and other projects, but when it comes to professional wrestling fans, the man that sold the most tickets, the most pay-per-views, the most merchandise, and was more over than anyone was Stone Cold Steve Austin. For him to come back, he deserves Rock money and then some. I hope he's getting it. I hope he's breaking the bank. I know how much money he made in his biggest year, and it blows away the biggest year that anyone in the history of this industry has ever had. People talk about Cena and Rock hitting 8 figures. They sure did, but they still didn't make Austin money. And it's very exciting for fans for Austin to come back. You look at some of the dream match potentials. You look at Austin Cena. Imagine what that would do. Austin Lesnar, Austin Reigns, Austin Orton, Austin Lashley. I mean, you've got a good 5 guys that you could do big business with Stone Cold Steve Austin. You just can't overdo it. You can't water it down. You can't put him in that Billy Goldberg position where the fans just kind of go, ugh. You know what I mean?
No, I got you. All right.
Billy Goldberg.
No, I agree totally.
You know what would be interesting? Imagine, and I hate to say it, Oscar, would they ever go the route of of a dream match that would turn into a nightmare 25 years in the making? Austin and Goldberg. I hope not.
Nah.
Goldberg almost killed the Undertaker in Saudi Arabia and almost broke his neck trying to spear him when he got concussed earlier in the match.
Yeah, no, I got you. All right, now.
Who would you? Well, we're going to be going to the commercial break soon, so we won't bring up a new topic as of yet. But is there anyone that you personally would like to see Austin work with and you think would do big business with, other than the guys that I mentioned?
No, I mean, I'm with you with Cena Senior. I thought him and Randy Orton would make a combustible match. I mean, I think that would be, beyond perfect. Him going up against Reigns for the title.
Oh,
I think that would have been a great idea. So
I'd go and see that. That's to me that's wrestling. That's right. Again, we don't know the condition Steve Austin's in. We haven't seen him wrestle as of yet. But let's say he is in as good a shape as he claims he is, and he's ready to go. If he's ready to go, I'm anxious to see who, you could get 5 or 6 huge matches out of Steve Austin. And I'm excited to see the possibilities.
Okay,
it's nice, isn't it nice to be optimistic about something in wrestling for a change?
It is, but see, here go my point. Right?
All right.
Okay, now Reigns, the payoff is a title. Should it, okay, but all right, so you go in with Owens and you beat him. What for? I mean, you beat him just to beat him. You going in and wrestle a guy just to wrestle a guy. You understand what I'm saying?
I hear you, but I look at it like this. You want to know what makes me think, and maybe we should leave the fans to think as we go to the commercial break? In the month of July, they have not 1, but 2 football stadium shows here in the United States. Money in the Bank is going to be in Las Vegas at the home of the Las Vegas Raiders. And then for the very first time, SummerSlam is going to be in July, and it's going to be in Nashville, where the Nashville NFL football team plays. WWE is going to need something very special to get that many fans to travel in 1 month to 2 major stadium shows.
Why are we going to Well, I mean, what's next? We gonna start having Monday Night Raw at the stadium. I mean,
Well, I mean, do you agree with me, Oscar? They're going to need something special for 2 stadium shows in 1 month.
It's going to be beyond special. I mean, I think in my opinion, I mean, I would imagine Vince always knows what he's doing, but I think they reach it at this point.
I think Money in the Bank, July 4th in Las Vegas, should do pretty good because Las Vegas is banging July 4th weekend. I think you know that from your time out there. But I think Nashville in July is going to need a little bit of help. I think if you have Steve Austin on the show at SummerSlam in Nashville, I think that really, really, really helps the cause. If you throw in Rousey, Austin, Lesnar, who knows, maybe Cena might be available. Then you're talking about a card people are going to travel to.
All right, let's go to commercial because
you are the boss. All right, wrestling fans. You heard it from the man on a mission himself right now. Head on over to BostonWrestling.com. Get those VIP packages and tickets when we go back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. We'll be back on the flip side with more Monday Night Mission with Oscar. Stand by. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now to Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fanfest, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Get the best seats in the house now at bostonwrestling.com. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Cumberland County Civic Center in Portland, Maine, Sunday, February the 26th, 1995, a makeup from a February 5th blizzard that canceled several live events. In the opening contest, Quang beat Scott Taylor. Kama with the win over Bob Hawley. Hakushi defeated the 1-2-3 Kid. The Blue Brothers victorious over the New Head Shrinkers. Tatanka beat Aldo Montoya, replacing Davey Boy Smith. Bret Hitman Hart with the win over Owen Hart in a no-holds-barred match. The Undertaker defeated Shawn Michaels via countout. Razor Ramon victorious over WWF Intercontinental Champion Jeff Jarrett via disqualification. And in the main event, the WWF World Champion Diesel retained the title over Bam Bam Bigelow. If you were in Portland live, share your memories in the comment section below. Keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and by subscribing to our Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at Patreon. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause. Now, let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now. The Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fanfest celebration, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famers Tito, Santana, and Cowboy Bob Orton, the Wild Berzerker, Dangerous Danny Davis, and more 80s WWF icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, an autograph photo fan fest open to all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up the ring like Times Square on New Year's Eve. Relive your childhood. Get the best seats in the house at bostonwrestling.com now. We'll see you live April the 16th.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns' moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster, direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made, includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to the Monday Night Mission here on Wrestling Insiders. Dan Marotti, along with your host with the most, Mr. Golden Corral himself, Oscar. Oscar, did you see that wild video of the brawl that took place at a Golden Corral not too long ago?
No, there was a brawl in Golden Corral.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't. You know what? I'm going to try and find the footage and include it on the show. I don't know what led to it, but it was WWE wishes they could have had a brawl like there was at this Golden Corral.
They was fighting over the pork chop.
I don't know if they ran out of fried chicken or what, but these people were pissed. They were throwing tables and chairs, and it was a Golden Corral rumble.
Oh my God! Please don't tell me that. You're gonna make me too scared to go to a Golden Corral.
Oh, I've got to find the video and insert it while we're talking. The fans will get a kick out of it, and you'll get a kick out of it when you see it. But these people were, I don't know why, but they were pissed off. And they were fighting, and they were going at it hot and heavy. Like I said, Vince wishes he could have had a rumble as hot as what happened at the Golden Corral.
All right, now here go a question.
Now, what do we got now as we continue?
This is gonna make you think.
You're gonna make me think. That's tough.
It's gonna make you think. Rewind the clock back some years, and I want to ask you this.
All right.
Did anybody from Tough Enough have any staying power up until this point, or any point for that matter, of significance?
John Morrison. I think that's about it.
That's about it.
That's about it. Yeah.
I asked that question because I got the Peacock Network now, and I'm glad I got it because I was able to watch the goings on from Saudi Arabia, and I enjoyed it. I got the Peacock Network, but we started watching Tough Enough from the beginning. Binge watching each
season 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking at it, and I'm shaking my head because I'm like, where the hell did all these people go? They won the Tough Enough they won the contract. They got Tough Enough. In later seasons of Tough Enough, Patrick Clark, we know what happened with him.
He never wanted to leave high school. Yeah. He
sabotaged his own situation. But nothing. Okay, John Morrison drip, but then he ain't even. But nobody ever got. After all that, and the Tough Enough training and everything they went through was rigorous and everything like that. And I don't know, none of these people who were in it, and I certainly don't know none of these people that won. I can't remember seeing not one of them even on TV. I'm like, what the hell happened?
Well, the two winners from season 1, Maven.
I remember Maven. Maven was good, but you don't see what the hell happened.
No, yeah. I mean, once they released him in 2005-ish, that was pretty much it. Verbally, I thought he was great. He was in great physical condition. The problem was with WWE, they wanted to put them on TV right away because they were hot from the TV show that was hot. The problem was they still needed a lot more training to become full-time pros. You know what I mean? They needed time at OVW or Les Thatcher's Heartland Wrestling. They didn't need to be on WWE television after 2 months of training or however long they did it for. That wasn't enough. I remember Undertaker really gave Maven a beating at the Royal Rumble in 2002 to try and, break him into the business the hard way and teach him a lesson respectfully, which Undertaker would be known to do. But I thought Maven just had oozed potential if he ever had a chance to train. Nydia had kind of a niche run when she managed Jamie Noble as kind of a hick that developed a Southern accent. I tell you, who I think really on that Series 1 could have morphed into a really big star would have been Lewinsky if he didn't have those concussion problems. He had great size. He was a good speaker. He had a good look. What do you think?
No, what season was he? Because
he was season 1, but he lost.
All right, now, now it's starting to come full circle for me now. Now, Chris Lewinsky didn't become a WWE superstar, but look where the hell he's at now.
Well, he did become a WWE. He didn't win Tough Enough, but he did go on to work in WWF,
no,
and then he had the concussion match
where
he got concussed by the Dudleys.
He got concussed, but he turned that concussion situation into I don't know how much money that place is worth, but he has a concussion Institute Foundation now.
Dr. David Reese is heavily involved
Dr. David Reese and Dr. Cantu and a host of neurologists and superstars from other sports. And he has that dinner.
He turned a negative into a positive.
He turned a negative into a gigantic positive.
I hope they go back to having the dinners this year. I've missed them. It was a nice chance for us to get together in the fall.
I would think I honestly think that this year coming up, unless we really relapse back into a COVID situation,
let's hope not.
Let's hope not. But I think that they should. I mean, because you're right. I mean, it was a great way for us to get together, but it was a great way to bring athletes together and doctors together and raise money and awareness. And I mean, I think it's a great thing they have. They do fantastic work. And Chris Lewinsky is working closely with Dr. David Reese. Matter of fact, it was Lewinsky that was instrumental in Reese getting the AEW contract. That's how big he is now.
Isn't that something where Lewinsky and the concussion legacy has been so attached at the hip with WWE?
Yeah, I mean, Lewinsky is like pals with Triple H. He's pals with Triple H. Can you imagine that?
Well,
didn't even win.
Lewinsky's smart. I mean, he's going after every sports league, every sports team, and I guess when it comes to wrestling, every sports organization. Maybe, the UFC might be on his hit list. Who knows? I think it's a great thing. The more we know about the brain, I think the more it will help athletes that become concussed as years go on. Unfortunately, there's so many that we've lost. There's so many great guys that have memory issues and life issues right now as a result of the beating that their, heads and brains took before we knew about, the real danger of concussions. And the work he does is outstanding. I can't praise it enough.
I'm telling Mimi this because you're going to find it real interesting. It was Chris Lewinsky that lost in Tough Enough.
Season 1.
Season 1, yep. That's Chris Lewinsky, and you know who Lewinsky is, the concussion. Ain't that something? No, I'm telling her this because we've been binge watching Tough Enough, and we trying to figure out where are they now. Situations where most of them ain't nowhere. But for Lewinsky, he morphed that into what he's doing now, huh? The Harvard guy, yeah. He didn't. That's right. He didn't win, but look at what he turned it into. Yeah, they brought him in. Yeah, they brought him in. Yeah. Right. Yeah, and look at him now. He's Chris Lewinsky like best buds with Triple H now. Ain't that something? Okay, now we was talking about you talked about the Undertaker.
And one more
beating the
thing, though,
hell out-
but before we segue into that, do you know who
Yeah.
else was on Tough Enough Season 1?
Who else was on Tough Enough?
Josh Matthews, who had a long run as the commentator on SmackDown and is now, or was the commentator in Impact Wrestling. He's involved with them heavily now.
Yeah. Josh Matthews.
He didn't have much of a wrestling career, but he turned into a commentator.
Yep, Josh Matthews turned into a commentator. He was in season 1.
Yeah, so
He didn't
Season
win.
1 was pretty loaded.
Yeah, the one that was close to Maven with the hair. Yeah. Yeah, no, but no, I bring it up because we're watching Tough Enough, and Tough Enough is just really, really, really interesting. But I'm just sorry that a lot of those people, you never heard from again. But you're right. The reason why, and I'm talking to you, Dreamy, the reason why that is because they took those people, gave them WWE contracts, but they didn't send them to no further developmental. So they really could just go for 2 months of training and then go and make it.
Yeah, it's impossible unless you're talking about, a dream athlete like a Lesnar or something like that comes along once in a lifetime. For the average person that gets into the industry, you're smart enough, Oscar. You know that. You need years and years of seasoning and training before you're ready for primetime national television.
Oh, no, I mean, no, nothing like that happens. Nothing like that happens overnight. I mean,
I know, the winner, I think it was 2004, Daniel Puder. I mean, he was a great athlete that I think he went back into MMA. He got his first year, he got the $250,000 of the quote unquote $1 million prize, and they decided not to renew him. So I think it's on paper, it was a great concept, but again, it's just WWE pacing and patience. They have no pacing. They have no patience for anything. All they want to do is rush. I remember I think it was season 2 that Jackie Gator won, who went on to marry Charlie Haas, who was a tag team partner with Shelton Benjamin. And she had some of the worst matches I think I've ever seen because, and I'm not a huge women's wrestling fan to begin with, but I actually felt bad for her because she was humiliated being put in those positions, working with Trish Stratus, botching move after move after move, having Trish get pissed, having Trish start stiffing her. And I believe that would have been the summer of 2002 or 2003, and it was just wrong, It was just wrong. I know Kenny King of Ring of Honor was on that season too, and he didn't win. He was a great athlete. He's a Chippendale out in Las Vegas, and he's worked for Ring of Honor and Impact Wrestling over the years. So there's been some interesting folks. I'd almost like to go back in time and try and revisit. Who's someone that tried out for Tough Enough and never made it was the late Shad Gaspard.
Yeah,
of Crime Time.
I saw his, and I thought that was him. I saw his audition.
Yeah.
I think it was season 2, and you're right, he didn't make it. But look at him. He later on teamed up with JTG and became Crime Time.
Yeah. MWF's own JTG, love that guy.
Yeah, rest in peace.
Another one that, got a little fame out of Tough Enough was caught lying about his age, the Boogeyman. I don't know if you've got that far in your binge watching as of yet.
Nah, not yet.
I won't spoil it then. I won't spoil it. All right,
from what I understand, the Boogeyman's, is it true the Boogeyman's coming back?
No, you know what the thing is? I'm going to be nice compared to what I was just going to say. Some wrestling fans don't know or don't understand everything they see or read. The Boogeyman
I don't believe 3/4 of what I read.
Boogeyman signed a Legends contract. He has had a Legends contract. Right. He's not coming back as a competitor. You know, he'll pop up once or twice a year in a little skit or something like that. But he's not coming back to have wrestling matches. In his entire career, if he had 50 matches, that might be saying something because he was constantly injured. And he didn't break in until he was in his 40s. So for anyone to think that Boogeyman is coming back to work, they're out of their minds. But it's just people that don't understand what they're saying. And obviously, Boogeyman didn't get into, describe what it was that he was signing and renewed when he put that out there on social media. It's a shame because, you know what, I like Boogie very, very, very much. But I hate to say it, but I think he's kind of like a mark. He never broke in. He doesn't understand how the business works. I mean, some of the arguments that him and I had over the years were very frustrating. A couple of instances I saw things he did I thought were embarrassing. But that's a different story for a different time. But I think the human being in the Boogeyman is a great person, someone that really wants to give back to the community, someone that really wants to help kids in kids' organizations. My only wish for Boogeyman would have been that he broke into the business younger and he broke in the right way. And I'll leave it at that without saying anything negative.
You know, when I read something on social media, when I read one thing, I dismiss it. I read something twice, I dismiss it. But when I read a story 6, 7 times, and they're from reputable sources, then I start to take it serious. And it appears that finally, long overdue, the Undertaker is getting his due and is being inducted into the Hall of Fame. That is major news.
Well, WWE.com has announced it as well. So if WWE announces it, you can pretty much take it as fact that the dead man is going into the Hall of Fame. And, that makes me kind of sad because I think, there'll be a lot of Paul Bearer stories and anecdotes during that induction. Hopefully, Undertaker is given a great amount of time, similar to, I don't know if he needs as much time as Ric Flair took in 2008 in Orlando, Florida, but, hopefully they limit it to just a handful of inductees.
He's not, I could tell you he's not, because he's just not like that.
Exactly. But the stories he could tell, my God. He could write, forget about writing a book, he could write an encyclopedia.
Yeah, he's not going to take a lot of time, I guarantee that.
I think it's going to be emotional for me because I see Percy being tied in, and I almost look at it as the end of his main connection to the industry. And I remember being at WrestleMania 33 in Orlando when he lost to Roman Reigns, and Paul Bearer had told me, actually, you know exactly where it was. It was at the TGI Fridays at the Gold Coast Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. And it was funny enough, he told me, and the individual I was with, how Undertaker kind of wanted to go out. And it was kind of similar to the end of that Roman Reigns match. Not fully, but similar enough that I thought, okay, this really is it. And I left, kind of somber when I left the arena that night until I realized how long it was going to take to get out of the parking lot with one road going in and out of the football stadium. And it took about 2.5 hours to get home from the stadium to the hotel. But that's a different story for a different time. But
that's why I always leave mega early.
You just want to get out of there.
Yeah.
Well, you don't need a repeat. Was it Dallas where you rolled down the hill?
Bogged down. What?
Was it did Dallas? Is that where you rolled down the hill? Where did you fall?
Las Vegas.
Oh, Las Vegas. That's okay. Wrong stadium. All right. Well, anyway, I think
that's not funny either.
No. Well, you know what? In hindsight, it sounds funny, but when it happened, I'm sure it was pretty serious.
Yeah.
And also, we want to send a shout out to our friend Marty Jannetty, who was in the emergency room this week. It wasn't COVID related or anything like that. I don't want to get into the man's health too much, but I just think a lot of his contributions to wrestling in his 20s and 30s, when he was going nuts trying to entertain the fans and abusing his body, has really caught up with him. Well, I'll let Marty tell his own story when he comes back to the studio, I think, hopefully next month, knock on wood. But, he drives me nuts, but at the same time, he's my friend. I care about him. I want him to be doing well. I want him to be feeling good. So again, fans, without getting into too much of the man's personal info, just send him some positive thoughts. If you're a spiritual person, maybe a prayer or just, some good, I think good vibes go a long way in the world, no matter what the situation may be.
Okay.
All right. And
on a lighter note, I got you. We're not going to mention no names as per directive by directors. But you gotta click.
It's like Morton Downey Jr. They told me to zip it.
You gotta clean up your act in September. They're gonna let you back in the building.
Well, again, we can't get into too many particulars about any names or any venues, but I'll say this, very unexpectedly, John Cena Sr. laid down the law and said that he would take over the situation and deal with the individual, the female that we've mentioned many times on the show, which shocked me. I was not expecting that. We didn't talk about it beforehand. He just, on one of the episodes of Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays with him, he kind of laid the gavel down and said he will deal with it and there will be no BS.
I'm pretty sure he got sick of it, just like the rest of it.
No kidding.
Like the rest of us. But the thing is, though, on your birthday...
Isn't it funny?
They get cleared up. That is funny, but what's not funny is the fact that your birthday is well after the 80s event.
Correct.
So what the frick difference to it, man?
You are correct. Well, you know what? The thing is, the question was, what were we going to do at the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive this year? And that was, it's already being bandied around. These events, we have to look at setting things up long in advance for a large event on a large scale with a lot of talent. And you know what? Well, let's take all personalities and persons aside. Memorial Hall, while it is aging, it's a beautiful venue, and if we could fill the place, it's perfect for what we want to do as far as the meet and greets go. It's got that nice private area. It's a spacious area for the talents to change. There's not a bad seat in the house to watch the show. So, in a perfect world, I'd like to see everything go smooth on April 16th, and then we come back guns a-blazing. Sometime in the fall, getting ready for the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. How things work out, I don't know. You've seen Oscar. This entire situation has been absolutely insane. I didn't even realize until the other day that all of this happened on my birthday.
Okay, well.
But whatever. If that's what it is, that's what it is.
I'm going to tell you one more time.
All right.
What I've been telling you, first off, keep your head down and your mouth shut, because you got a way of rubbing people the wrong way. You can't help it. It's just in your nature. Well, what are you going to do?
I got a lot of love in my heart, but I got a lot of words in my mouth.
You gotta stop that.
I got a lot of love in my heart and a lot of words in my mouth.
All right, well, the words in your mouth, you need to shut down with the love in your heart and knock it off, because, leverage is something you learn that you don't have.
Well,
and you gotta stop. You just gotta stop.
I think our friends at the ACLU were enough to put a little bit of worry into some of the decision makers. So we'll leave it at that. It's always nice to reach out to people.
Well, yeah, you pulled look at me. Have you seen me walk? I'm handicapped. How y'all gonna do this? You should have took a picture with you in a wheelchair and one of the in a scooter, things would have moved along a whole lot quicker.
I tell you, I just, maybe when this situation is.
And he wears flip flops, the black tie event.
They are not flip flops. They are slides. They are Nike slides.
They're Nike slides.
They are not flip flops. Flip flops have the thing that go between the toes. These are slides. They're a little step above. Not much, but a little bit.
They're a step above flip flops.
Hey, let me tell you, it's not fun walking around Boston in the wintertime in the sleet and the snow and the ice wearing slides. Let me tell you, it's cold. It is cold. But anyway.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to tell you, this is a true story.
All right.
The Samoans used to come, especially Alpha, at dead of winter. He used to wear his slides with his toes out with no socks, going into the building all the time.
He didn't even wear socks.
No, he didn't wear socks.
Oh, well, see, I at least wear the socks.
Nope, he did not. He did not wear socks. I guess he just figured he was going from the car straight into the venue. I guess, but yeah, he didn't wear no socks.
All right. Well, a factoid that we've learned about Alpha. I have not gone the Alpha route. I wear the slide with the sock. But, Oscar, we're running out of time on this abbreviated edition. Last week we went almost 2 hours, and the fans absolutely loved it. Maybe we'll go a little bit longer next week to make up for it. We're still pretty close to an hour when all is said and done. But I'm worn down. 3 days with the Berzerker is a lot. It took a lot of pre-production to get all of our other regular programs done. I need an effing break. I am exhausted. I am tired of being in this building effing 10 to 12 hours a day. Every day, 7 days a week. Christmas Eve, New Year's Day, Valentine's Day. I didn't even get any love, baby.
Well, maybe it's time for you to take another trip down to Orlando.
And then, but my thing is, the whole time I'll be worried about work. I can't.
Well, that's the thing. That's your choice. You got to stop worrying about it for a weekend.
Well, who the hell's going to do it for these great wrestling fans that we love?
You know what?
What?
There's an old saying, it'll be there when you get back. So, I mean, I'm telling you, the reason why I say that, and I say this now with an all seriousness.
All right.
I mean, you will kill yourself if you do not mentally take yourself out of equations in life and then get back to it. You have got to take a break. You will run yourself into the ground.
I think after April 16th, I need a couple of days.
Who's going to do it if you're not around? Ask yourself that.
Good point. Like after April 16th, maybe I need a couple of days. I need it before April 16th, to be honest, but there's so much work to do. We're running low on time.
So did you guys make a definitive decision to nix Dallas and just wait for Los Angeles?
As a matter of, I don't even know if you and I had discussed that. Yes, as a matter of fact, I you don't want to know why? Because, funny enough, look at what's happening with Steve Austin. But the ticket sales were so bad. I look at it like if they're only going to do half a stadium, that means there aren't going to be as many fans traveling into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. That means WrestleCon certainly isn't going to draw the crowds that it has in the past. So why not wait for a year where there is going to be that larger grouping of people traveling in? And I mean, I don't know if that's going to be Los Angeles next year with where they're trying to put together The Rock against Roman Reigns and Ronda Rousey against Becky Lynch. But I just, you know what? Even with Steve Austin, I mean, is Steve Austin going to be able to sell 50,000 seats extra 2 nights in a row? He's only going to be on one of the shows. You know what I mean?
I don't know, but what I do believe is if you really add him into the equation, it's going to make a significant difference.
I agree with that 110%. But is it enough?
So Well, it's gonna make. I don't know if it's gonna fill the place up, but it's gonna make a significant difference. So before you guys make a definitive decision, you guys need to factor in that this is what's happening, and that it's gonna make a difference, and it may just fill in enough people in order for it to make sense for you to go ahead and do it. And worry about next year.
I know for when we did the WrestleCon in Dallas last time, when they had the 102,000 people, it was a great weekend. But if it's a WrestleMania where there's only 45,000 people in town, and I'm sure there's going to be more than that once they announce Austin, but look, I'll tell you this, Monday Night Raw, you know what Raw used to be like the day after WrestleMania. You sell out within seconds. They haven't even opened up most of the balcony. They haven't even opened it up for ticket sales. It's doing so poor. I mean, that's a bad sign, Oscar. That's a really bad sign.
It's a bad
horrible.
Sign. I know it is, but what I imagine what happens a lot of times in these situations is people are still trying to get psyched. They still trying to tweak some things. And I do believe that there's going to be a last-minute rush where at the last minute it's going to be, it's going to be totally the polar opposite of what you're seeing right now. I mean, the truth of the matter is WrestleMania. It's going to do well no matter what. I mean, it's WrestleMania. WrestleMania just has a track record of doing well. And what you don't get, well, I'll put it like this. I think we all look at it the wrong way. What you don't get one day, you're going to get 10th amount to 2 days at the very least of what you would have gotten if it was a one-day situation.
Well, I mean, I can only hope that the fans decide to come out and support it. I think it's good for the industry overall. As a stockholder in WWE, obviously, I want to see it do well. But, again, when you see half of the stadium, it's one thing for them to have to scale a stadium for the Royal Rumble or SummerSlam. 45,000 people for those events, that's very respectable. That's a great night at the office. But for WrestleMania, I don't know. We can only knock on wood and hope for the best. But for them not to be able to sell out even the scaled American Airlines Arena in Dallas for the night after, for Monday Night Raw, is absolutely shocking to me, Oscar. That event usually sells out within a matter of minutes. Now, not only can they not sell it out, but they have thousands of seats in the upper deck that they're not even opening up for sale. That's scary as far as the state of the popularity of the industry goes.
Yeah, I think it was overly ambitious to have this WrestleMania 2 nights.
I'm not even talking about Mania. Just the simple fact that Raw is doing so poor.
No, but I'm saying, I mean, you couple that factor into everything that's going on to have it 2 nights. I think it was. Come on, in, we almost finished. It was overly ambitious to do it 2 nights in a row anyway. I mean, I think that was, my prayers are going up for Money in the Bank and SummerSlam. I think doing all these stadium gigs is just a bit of a reach.
Yeah,
that's just one man's opinion. I mean, I don't think that every pay-per-view warrants that. I mean, I really don't.
I'll say this. If they do 45,000 at Money in the Bank and SummerSlam at those 2 stadium shows in July, I think that's, like I said, I think that's fantastic. I just don't think it's fantastic for WrestleMania. For the Rumble, for Money in the Bank, for SummerSlam, 40,000 people, that's awesome. But not for WrestleMania.
Yeah, well.
We'll see. I mean, there's a long way to go.
We'll see what happens. But like I said, don't close the door on it, for at least a little bit until you get a better read on what's happening.
Well, to me,
these things have a way of picking up at the last, I ain't gonna say the last minute, but as time go on, these things have a way of picking up.
As the studious individual I am, Oscar, the reason why that Monday Night Raw show always sold out almost instantaneously is because there were so many people traveling from out of town, and they didn't just want to rush home. If they can't even sell half of the American Airlines arena route for Raw and not even open up these seats for people to buy, that says to me there aren't a lot of people traveling in, as of right now at least. And I think that is a very scary look for WrestleMania 38. I hope it doesn't turn out that way. I'm thinking for the best. Like you, I think Steve Austin is going to add a lot of tickets to WrestleMania itself. But as far as the other events go, my hopes aren't high.
They did that. They had to do something. So I mean,
they made a big move. That's for sure. They couldn't have done anything bigger. Any final thoughts before we go, Oscar? I'm getting the cue from the back from John C. Manicus Riley.
Well, I think even the Undertaker being in the Hall of Fame, just the fact that he's going to be around, I think that's going to add a boost. Whatever capacity he's going to be around in, just the fact that he's going to be around. Because see, with him going to the Hall of Fame, he gets to come out, with the class of 2022
right
at WrestleMania. So that adds to it. Just to see him, whether he's participating or not, just to get a glimpse of him is adds value. So
and I think
we'll see what happens.
I think WWE would be smart to have that on the opposite night that they use Steve Austin. I would have Undertaker and Austin on different nights.
Oh yeah, certainly.
All right, buddy. We're running out of time. Any final thoughts before we go?
No, I'm gonna see everybody next week, and everybody just enjoy your week and. See you next weekend at our regularly scheduled time.
All right, wrestling fans, after Monday Night Raw next week, we'll be back with an all-new Wrestling Insiders Monday Night Mission. Don't forget those VIP packages and tickets are on sale now to a professional wrestling celebration decades in the making when we go back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th. At Memorial Hall in Melrose. Get your tickets now over at bostonwrestling.com. I'm Dan Marotti. For your host with the most, the WWF Tag Team Championship Manager Oscar, we bid you adieu from Boston. Take it away, Phil. Good night.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer.
It hits different live as the road to WrestleMania comes through State College with the head of the table, Roman Reigns. And a new challenger has emerged to dethrone the Queen.
Face me and put your title on the line.
As Naomi battles Charlotte Flair for the SmackDown Women's Championship. It's the WWE Road to WrestleMania Tour, live in State College, March 26th. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John North, the Berzerker.
Unbelievable, baby. We're trying to give the fans a little behind the scenes updates on things going on. We're excited. We're less than, we're recording this, a little less than 8 weeks away from the big Back to the 80s event, John.
Creeping up.
But the fans, they sent in some questions. I said we're going to give them some couple little bonuses. We had to make them wait because they were pumped to have you in January, but we wanted you in 100% health, at great capacity, and you're here now. But the fans wanted to know, what did you think, since you're involved with our big event, what did you think of the intentional sabotage that took place on this event where, for now the fourth time, Jake the Snake Roberts backed out of his agreement to appear with us? Now, a lot of people can say, well, you know what, that doesn't involve John Nord, that doesn't involve Axe and Smash Demolition, but I look at it like this. Per se, does it involve you? No. But it involves an event you're on. Now, let's say Jake the Snake being there helps attendance at that event.
Yeah.
That puts more money in the pool to run more events.
That's right.
That puts more money in the pool to provide more bookings and more income for the guys.
That's right. And
So
you're
as a
trying
professional-
to sow integrity over the whole event. And of course, everyone, you want as much integrity you can have. But when that happens, and of course, because I've known Jake for 37 years or whatever, I could almost have guessed it, but I didn't want to sound like being negative, that he was gonna do a no-show and cancel because it wasn't Superstardom, Superdome, 80,000 people, because now he's got his weekly check coming in, wherever he works now. What's the name of that place? AEW. And so when you're getting that, but if you're sitting home alone, like not too many years ago he was, with no job, you can bet his ass would have been here. So
well, it is unfortunate. The agreement, we had a nice interaction with his daughter Cody, who was absolutely delightful.
Yes.
And then during Corona times, I guess his daughter Brandy took over his bookings.
Okay.
So that's who we were dealing with. And my point of contention was, I will live up to every word I give to someone. In wrestling, I think it puts bad karma into the world if you don't. I don't think it's good for the industry if you don't. So
Brandy canceled?
Well, they wanted to change the agreement. And where Jake has screwed us over not once, not twice, but three times in the past, I was not willing to open my wallet to spend an extra penny unless they could say, and I said it, I said, if you show me anything where it said I agreed to that, I will eat my words, I will publicly apologize, and I would have opened my wallet on the spot to correct it. And they could not show me that. So then it turned into, well, I'm concerned about sending Jake to
what
you.
a scam.
So they started with that bullshit. So you know what I did? I said, okay. I gave her the names of several mutual friends of Jake and I that they could attest to my character and the character of our live events. I gave her the names of some WWE high-ranking executives in Stamford, Connecticut that she could call to confirm about my character and integrity and the character and integrity of the events. I gave her the name of AEW executives where Jake works, where she could find out about the character and integrity of myself and our events. And I told her to contact the nonprofit Cauliflower Alley Club, which exists to help out the boys, who we've helped forever, and to tell her about the character and integrity of my events. So then she said, she didn't have a comeback to that, so she said, where I put out there, I said, you know what, Jake has done marvelous in his recovery, been becoming sober, or as sober is all right, well, we'll get there, as sober as we can get in pro wrestling. I said, I think it would be pretty negative for this story to be online and make him look bad. And she goes, well, you're threatening us now. It wasn't a threat, it was a fact. I don't think it makes him look good that he's going to no-show a fundraiser where we're trying to help the kids from Make-A-Wish. Even if the Make-A-Wish kids weren't involved, it makes him look bad canceling.
And that was no threat. But, Brandy, come on now, cut the cat calls. That ain't how you do a deal like that. You don't hem and haw and then start trying to push it back on the promoter, the guy that's got you signed up. Just the way to do that is just be so blunt, honest. Listen, my dad's kind of messed up right now. What do I do? Well, get him here. Please get him here. But there would be a different way to do that, Brandy. I know you since you were a little girl. Now, I haven't seen her for many, many years.
Oh, you know Brandy?
But, well, I knew her when she was a little girl.
Little. Okay, yeah.
But the point being is there's a way to do that and there's a way not to do it. Just for whatever the reason was, a guy that you're giving the bad news to can't deny it if just say he is so effed up that, listen, there's nothing I can do and he's so effed up. Don't hem and haw with this and try to put the heat back on Dan. That don't fly. So cut the cat calls, Brandy.
Well, where Brandy will probably see this in our interactions, John, have you always been treated fairly and with respect? And if we lived up to our agreements?
Always. Always. That's why I'm sitting here
That's
right now.
why I gave her all of those names for people to reach out to. And it felt like, and again, I don't know her, but it felt like she just wanted to be lazy and not do anything to try and fix a deal that they have broken so many times. That's what makes me so angry about it. It's not just disrespectful to me. What it is, let me tell you this. When it comes time for these shows, like the first time he did it, not too long before Christmas, that's the money that was wasted on him, thousands of dollars in advertising, airline tickets, and so on and so forth. That's money that goes towards my kids' Christmas. And they're going to screw with that. And then when they have a chance to make it right, they do absolutely nothing.
It's easy to get.
We feel threatened. You know what I say to that? You know which finger I want to use.
That's bullshit. But listen, where was I going with this?
I don't know.
Listen, here's the deal is, listen, most everybody has missed a show and all that. But Jake's got to muscle up and just, if you're sober, and I'll be honest, listen, I question, I've been in and out of the AA program for 40 years, and I question a guy's sobriety when he misses shows and he has Brandy do it. That's why you question. Because when you're sober,
to be fair,
Dan, when you're sober, you don't do that stuff. And now that's all I'm going to say, Jake, okay? I'm not jumping on that too much. I understand. But that's the rule of thumb. And most of the time, it's 99% the guy is using.
Do you think, if he is as clean and sober as he proclaims, do you think he should be a man and keep his word and take the appearances we agreed to?
Absolutely.
I don't, and like I said, it's bad for everybody involved, the fans, the fellow wrestlers, the promoters.
But here's what I'm thinking, Dan. Listen, it's about now this weekly, semi-monthly pay or semi-weekly paycheck he's been getting now for how long? A year or two?
He's been with AEW almost 2 years
Okay,
now.
so he's been getting that for a lot of weeks. All of a sudden, he don't need the money. And he don't want to help the kids, or he don't want to help because he don't need the money. So he's maybe getting a little fat and sassy on his laurels.
But don't you want to be a man and live up to your word and have character and integrity?
Absolutely. That's always first. But I'm telling you where his head's at. I'm telling you that you're right. But his head, I got a feeling is, I don't really need the money, so.
Well, another thing I think is so amusing, I've reached out to people at AEW, as well as Diamond Dallas Page's folks, where he lived in the accountability crib, and I said, can you help him show some accountability for people he's raked over the coals several times and cost thousands of dollars and a lot of ill will with the fans, and DDP's people were interested. They messaged us back, and I explained the situation to them, and I've heard nothing since, so I don't know.
Well,
I know DDP's done a lot of good for a lot of folks, but I wish he could talk to his friend that he does a podcast with on a weekly basis and tell him, do the right thing, be a man, live up to your word, live up to the agreement. These people that you're interacting with have given you a gigantic list of character references that'll explain to you that you will not be screwed one penny or have one iota of stress the day of the event. Get on the plane and go. So then I'm put in the position of, okay, we need to find someone near or on par Jake's level is a replacement, which caused a whirlwind of stress and worry and aggravation. All I can say is, thank God, I think this man behind me, Paul Bearer, after everything that happened back in, I think you remember our 20th anniversary event back in November, where you were unable to make it, where your dad unfortunately passed. And Jim Duggan took ill, and Slick had an issue with his talent agent, so to speak. But I wasn't expecting the answer to be yes, but I reached out to Hacksaw Jim Duggan, recovering from cancer surgery, and like a man with character and integrity, the Duggans said, yes, we will come on Saturday night April the 16th to Memorial Hall in Melrose as part of our Back to the 80s reunion.
Good.
So what does that say? A man recovering from cancer surgery will come, but a man known as Jake the Snake that's already screwed us 3 times in the past blows it off again.
Right.
What does that say about the character and integrity of Jake and the character and integrity of Jim Duggan and his lovely wife, Deborah?
Jim, thank you so much. And that don't surprise me about Jim. Jim's a player. He'll muscle up when he needs to all the time. And I'm so glad he's doing, fighting the good fight and all that. So I can't wait to see him. And that's what somehow blessing's going to come out of this. And right now, I'm really excited to see Jim Duggan. And because I know Jake, I underneath wasn't really that excited about seeing Jake, but that's a shit thing to say, but I don't care.
You're honest. And what a lineup that we do have, John. Again, for the fans at home, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now. John Cena Sr. and I have promised that if we get those VIP packages sold out, forget about the 8 80s legends that we've promised. We're going to give you 9. We'll give you 10. We'll keep going if you guys keep buying the tickets. But headlined by WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan. You got the big man to my right, the Berzerker John Nord joining us live. In the 80s, probably better known as Nord the Barbarian, the protege of Bruiser Brody. You have, in my opinion, the greatest tag team in WWF history. 3-time tag team champions when those belts meant something. Axe and Smash Demolition will be with us live. And where they come, sometimes you see these guys known as the Mass Superstar and Repo Man.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
right.
On top of that, we have WWE Hall of Famer, former Intercontinental and Tag Team Champion Tito Santana. Arriba. We have WWE Hall of Famer, the Cowboy Bob Orton joining us, the father of Randy Orton, the man that went tit for tat with John Cena Sr. at Memorial Hall in previous years. We have evil referee turned wrestler turned back referee, Dangerous Danny Davis, and we still have an 8th featured guest we're going to announce Monday night during Raw. And again, if you guys help us out and keep buying those tickets in advance, we'll give you more. It's about an immersive fan celebration. It's about remembering these great legends, because if you look at the lineup we originally had before the coronavirus, Road Warrior Animal, Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, will never be able, and I have chills right now, will never be able to have that kind of a celebration with those guys again. And you know what? The guys from the 80s, they gave a lot of their lives for your excitement, your entertainment, for something you loved. This is a chance to remember those great times from when you were a kid. Or even if you weren't a kid and you loved 80s wrestling. I grew up with it when I was a kid. I think it's the best period. Call me biased, but we are going to go back to the 80s on April 16th, and I am proud.
That's great.
I am proud that you're going to be with us.
Well, and I'm glad you said that, because that's my thing I always say, too. I think it's the best era. I do. And here's the thing, is you guys are going to, the fans, you're going to have one hell of a good time, okay? You really are. Because, first of all, I'm here. And I'm going to make sure shit gets wild, okay? But in a tasteful way, okay? So if you're bringing the kids and stuff, bring them. We're going to just put the pedal all the way down.
Think of what the fans are going to get out of it, though, John. For the VIPs, there's a VIP exclusive Q&A where the fans get to interact with you guys.
That's what I'm talking about.
There's a VIP group photo where you're talking about, you get a photo with every featured 80s legend in one picture. You talk about a cool picture to put on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram.
Yeah.
That's worth the price of admission alone. Then we have an autograph and photo fan fest that is open to every single fan that attends, and that's before the night kicks off with the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow, lighting up that squared circle. We're going to have a Legends tribute during the live wrestling event. It's going to be awesome. You will never forget what you're going to see.
Are you trying to say Repo Man and Mass Superstar might come instead of Demolition?
Demolition's going to be there.
Oh,
I don't know.
Is it going to be really them?
The other two might sneak in. The other
Is
two
it
might
really?
sneak in.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, yeah, mass
you
superstars.
never know who's going to show you guys. There
Mass
could be some surprise guess.
Mass Superstar and Repo Man have the masks, so you never know.
Yeah, it could be just like
And-
two guys we've gotten off the corner and just put the hoods on them.
We
but
would never
probably
do that.
not.
We would never do that.
But
I tell you
mean,
this,
it's sarcastic.
there is a woman that's very interested in seeing you on April 16th at Memorial Hall.
Oh, okay, that's not Annie.
Her name is Piggott. Her name is Piggott.
Pagan?
No, Piggott.
Pagan?
Piggott.
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 Who was that?
It almost sounds like a villain from Harry
Yeah.
Potter, I guess. But she
Yeah.
looks kind of like, did you ever watch The Facts of Life?
Yeah.
She looks kind of like Mrs. Garrett.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The-
She's
the-
had
the
her
redhead?
Marty said Marty said she was very flirty with him back on November the 13th. So she might, I don't know, she might want to put on the Viking helmet.
I was quite a ladies' man in my day.
All right, wrestling fans, we're running out of time. We just wanted to give you a little behind-the-scenes look at everything going on here in the world of Boston wrestling and the MWF. There's a lot of stress that goes into putting these events together. We implore you to head on over to bostonwrestling.com. Get your VIP packages and tickets now, Saturday night, April the 16th, at Memorial Hall in Melrose. We go back to the 80s for a professional wrestling celebration, decades in the making.
Be there!
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
At WrestleMania 37, she proved she is the EST, defeating Sasha Banks to become the new SmackDown Women's Champion. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autograph print, personally signed by Bianca Belair, one of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Bianca Belair collectible for your wrestling collection now.
Wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Kevin, you certainly, you were proud to show off that 2004 Red Sox World Series T-shirt. Now it's almost like you took a page out of The Godfather's book. You almost look like a pimp over here.
Yeah, as you know, this is the Cauliflower Alley night. I went down. Some people said some very nice things about me. RVD and Rey Mysterio pointed me out and said, without me, you wouldn't have made it. And that's not the truth. Rey would have made it. I just opened the door. And people forget that Nash did a job for Rey. And he was such a lovable person. Everybody dismissed his size difference. And me being stupid at the time, I pulled the mask off of him. And JJ came to me and said, you gotta put the mask back on. I said, why? He said, he looks like a little chickling. You can't do it. He was 20 years old. So we put the mask back on him. I have nothing to do with his success. I opened maybe the door because I'm a historian, and I saw that we were going to be a Hispanic country by 2025. And they were drawing, the luchadors were drawing big in Chicago, LA, San Francisco. And what blew me away was when I went to Denver, and you never think this, I didn't anyway, think there were so many Hispanics in Denver. There was Mexican flags all around. I said, boy, I'm missing this. And I called Conan, because I knew Conan because we had gone on a tour together. I said, can you get me? And Pena, who was the head of AAA at the time, came and met me and Eric, and we worked out a deal, and we were the first guys to bring the luchadors in, and one of the greatest compliments I ever got. On the first AEW show, was it?
In Chicago.
What was it called?
I think it was called All Out. It's called All In now. The first one was called All Out.
Okay. He was there to sign autographs, and it came to me.
This is Conan or Ray?
No, this was Lepaka.
Oh, Lepaka, okay.
And he brought his son over and said, this man made my career. And it made me feel good because I had a great grandfather that was shot because he didn't speak English in Ireland. And
what did he speak?
He spoke Gaelic.
Oh, okay.
Because they were in the western part of Donegal. And I thought, hey, I was on the first card ever in Atlanta where a black man wrestled a white man. And I said, why are we not taking advantage of this growth? And Conan was a very, very influential guy for me, because I'd say to him, bring me the best, and he brought me the best. So my hat's off to Conan, because I couldn't have done it without him. And when he brought me Ray, I looked at Ray and I said, I don't know. And then Nash and Hall fell in love with him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and Nash put him over on Nitro.
It was a couple of years down the road.
Yeah,
but still,
you know, they fell in love with him, and he is one of the biggest stars we've ever had in this business. And tonight he said some very nice things about me, which probably aren't true, but he would have been a star no matter where he went. I just opened the door.
Some of those luchadors had a cup of coffee, a match or two in ECW with Paul Lee, but certainly not the exposure of primetime national television across the country,
right,
even outside of the country on the Turner broadcast channels. So I really, listening to that, it made me feel good hearing again someone talk so highly about you, that, you know, that whether you agree with him or disagree with him, in his mind, you know, he felt like that, you know, Kevin Sullivan said, damn, okay, you don't have to be 6'2", you know, in jacked with an 8-pack to be able to become a superstar in their company.
And
it gave him maybe motivation.
And he came over and, you know, he was dressed to the nines with a Versace shirt.
Yeah, she sure was, yeah.
And my wife said, I told him the only person in here that understands that shirt is my wife.
Why is that?
Because she spends money.
Right? Oh,
yeah. So I said, and he was very nice to me after the speech. He came to me and said, without you, I couldn't have done it. But it's bullshit. It's nice for him to say that, but somebody was going to give him a chance. I'm glad I was the first guy that did it.
Yeah, and he had a great run. He was there for 6 years until the final day.
Yeah, and then he went over there and became the champion, right?
Yeah. So he's had a hell of a run. One of the more, I think, you'd want to talk about some that was influential as far as what's going on in 2021. Look at the size of a lot of the guys wanting to break into the industry nowadays. You know what I mean? They saw a young Rey Mysterio and said, that guy can do it. I bet I can do it too.
And I'm going to tell you a unique situation. I went to Canada to work for a group to watch their matches, and they had Dominic there. And I went to
Dominic Mysterio, the son. Okay, yeah.
And I met Dominic. Now, I don't know how most second generation guys are. To me, they think they deserve it because their father. He was so nice. And he said, my dad told me to talk to you and sit down and listen to you. So we sat down, we talked. And tonight, when I mentioned to Ray what a wonderful boy he was, Ray gave all the credit to his wife, which was super. But I said, no, you can give her all the credit, but when he's on the road, he's in the wrestling business, he acted humble.
And she doesn't know the wrestling business, certainly like Ray.
Right. Yeah. And I'm pulling for the Dominic.
You know, I think
and it's hard to follow.
If I were WWE, I would remove him from their TV show. I would send him to their developmental program. I would have him lose the throat to foot gear, get his body in to make more of an adult condition.
Yeah.
And then I'd give him a fresh coat of paint in a year or two once he's, fully trained and fully belongs, as opposed to the only reason he's there right now is because he's a Mysterio. My opinion.
No, that's a true opinion that I see too. But this is just my way of thinking. They need something badly. So they say, yeah, we could do that, but our ratings are slipping. Let's put him with his dad and let's do an angle. I think you're completely right. The kid, back in the day, the kid would go to Amarillo, then he'd come to Florida, then he'd come to Georgia, and then he would go to New York. 18 months later.
Yeah, and he'd be well seasoned and well traveled.
Yeah, but my hat's off to his son because he seems to be a genuine, nice young man, and if he's one half what his father was, he's going to draw money.
He's going to have a great career out of
Yeah,
himself.
yeah.
And we can only hope, not only for the good of him, coming from, the loins of one of your friends in Rey Mysterio, but for the good of the business.
Right.
It's always great to have more new, fresh stars developed, especially, as you mentioned, those of, Hispanic, Mexican descent, where that seems to be the wave of the future in the United States and a lot of places.
And it bothers me in some ways that they'll end up doing 50-50 booking. And Ray being Kevin Nash, which I told you, Kevin came to me and said, I want to put Ray over.
Yeah.
And I said, here's a 7'2" guy, 7-foot guy, with the boots on, 7'2", wanting to put a 5'3" guy over. Because he understood how good he was. And I hope that Dominic this is hard for me to say, that's why I've paused. I hope Dominic doesn't realize that he's following a legend. That's really hard, right? The only guy I can relate that's following a legend right now is Mike Yastrzemski.
Yeah, and that's a grandson.
Yeah, and he's doing a hell of a job.
Yeah.
When he came to Boston to hit that home run, right? Was it 2 years ago? I guess? Yeah.
I don't think Baltimore realized what they get rid of.
Yeah.
Like a lot of things Baltimore does, but
Yeah.
that's a different story for a different time.
Yeah.
Along the lines also tonight, again, as we're taping this on Cauliflower Rally Club night, you had some nice compliments paid to you by Rob Van Dam.
Yeah, Rob was telling me the story, and I remember we used to go to Jamaica, and Ron Slinker, and I remember the night he mentioned, because I forgot, you know, I've said 1,000 nights, you know, like you said, I'm on my 6th century of
Six different decades, yeah.
that he had never smoked a joint, and they made him smoke a joint, right? And I was saying, don't have him, but, you know, are you a pussy, blah, blah, blah. And Rob said some very nice things about me. And I've never really connected with Rob because we were at different places, different times.
Yeah.
But he came in when I was working for PCW Ultra. He did 10 matches, and they would give him the finish, and I would just sit back and listen. And he would come back to me and say, "What do you think?" And I'd say, "Robbie, I'm not going to try to overrule anybody, but you're Rob Van Dam. Would you really do that in this?" Because the thing about baby faces that I learned about, and this was from Jim Barnett when I was in Japan, when he wrestled Tenryu against Flair.
Mm-hmm.
And there was 5 minutes left to go, and Tenryu jumped off and missed an elbow off the top. He missed something else, and I said to Jim, it was a hell of a match. This is why I said Jim Barnett needs to be on everybody's Mount Rushmore. He said, baby faces don't miss that many times, especially in a championship match. So I said to Rob, do you really think you need to miss that big move you're doing and land on the guy real a lot of the way? And he said, no, you're right. And he changed the finish. So it isn't that I'm smart. People say to me, oh, you're so smart. I'm not that smart. I've seen Lassie and the Beaver, or I've seen Leave It to Beaver 1,000 times, where Whitey steals the dog and he blames it on the beef. But at the end, it's Whitey that stole the dog.
Mm-hmm.
I just know. I've seen it 1,000 times. Let's not have Whitey steal the dog and blame it on the beef tonight.
A lot of it is just experience. You know,
Yeah,
you've been around, like we mentioned it now, 6 different decades.
That,
you know, that's a lot of...
that blew me away,
Yeah.
because I never thought about it that way. Yeah.
And with Van Dam, did you realize that night, the first night, that he'd smoke a little gimmick, what it would turn into in his life outside of wrestling?
No.
My dear Lord, I think if forget about his passion for pro wrestling, I think if there's one thing he loves even more than that, it's a little of the medicine, as the Sheik would call it.
Yeah. I never thought he would become the advocate for marijuana, and he gave a great speech about the brain.
Yeah, that was interesting.
And he gave a great speech about guys ODing, whether it was on purpose or an accident. Because when I have this idea that I'd like a psychologist to write a book. When you take on a persona, and we'll say your persona is Mike Jones. for 25 or 20 years, everybody's calling you Mike. Your wife is calling you Mike because she met you. Your kids say, oh, my dad's Mike Jones. How does that affect you mentally when you walk away and you look in the mirror and you gotta see yourself as Dan?
Yeah.
I think one of the things that grounded me in my life was I only used one fake name ever, and that was because the heel wrestled as Eddie Sullivan, and they didn't want.
Well, what was your work then?
Johnny West.
Oh, really? How long were you Johnny West for?
For 9 months in the Gulf Coast because Eddie Sullivan was the top heel. I think that has something to do with it, you know, that affects your head, and now you're going to the bank and people aren't recognizing you. You go into the store, people aren't recognizing you. I don't know if I'm a strange one, because where I live, they don't give a shit what I did. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And everybody there, and I've always lived on the end of the world. I lived in Isla Morada in the Keys. I lived in the Bahamas. I lived in Hawaii. I lived in Singapore. And now I live in the islands. People up there, they're either running for something or they want to get away from society, and they don't give a shit what you did. You know what I mean? I have very, very few people that ever recognize me in Washington. Now, when I go to Atlanta, fly through Atlanta, the only people who recognize me are the blacks because of Jackie. Because...
Oh, Jackie Moore. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
because of our relationship. I was the first, I believe, white guy to have a black manager.
Off the top of my head without having Google in front of me, yeah.
And
okay,
it was a sexual innuendo too with me and her, which she would rub me, and then the thing was, I'm the toughest, except she could beat any man except me, and I was working towards that match. But I think I've only recently watched any YouTube matches of mine, and it was because my wife knows nothing about wrestling, and she wrote the book, right? And she said to me, I grew through the match of me and Andre. She said, that guy couldn't have been 7 feet tall. I said, why? She said, every time he hit you, all you did was move your head. I said, that was the thing. If I had gone down, like you'll hear guys in my generation say I never took bumps. Well, I couldn't. How big was The Alien? Do you remember the movie The Alien?
The one with Sigourney Weaver?
Yeah.
Fairly big.
How big was he when he first came out?
It's very small.
Was he really that big at the end, or was that imagination? And that was my thing that I understood. The only guys I worked with in Florida were Blackjack Mulligan, Dusty Rhodes, Barry Windham, and Andre the Giant, and once in a while, Mike Graham. So I realized at that time I couldn't take bumps because they would see my stature, even though I was 272 pounds. They would see, there was my matches with Andre. I'd send him over a bottle of Crown Royal. He'd drink the bottle of Crown Royal. I go to the ring, he'd come down, I'd jump out of the ring, beat the shit out of him. Sometimes I'd post him and he'd get some blood, and then he'd whack me one time, and I'd go in the ring and I go on my knees. I never begged as a heel. And I would beg against him, and when he stepped over the ropes, the size difference popped the people, and then we go into the finish. So I think my psychology was from the alien that, was he really that big at the end, or was it in their imagination?
Interesting train of thought.
Yeah.
Interesting train of thought. Well, as we wrap up this first segment, Kevin, we talked a little CAC 2021 tonight. It's going to be interesting to see where the reunion is going to be next year. Maybe at one of the sister properties to this one. I have to ask off the top of my head, I don't think I know the answer. Have you received an award from the club yet?
No.
Well, I think that time is going to come. I think you've earned it. For sure.
Here's the thing. There's a lot of guys that done a lot more than me. And I'm appreciative, like tonight when Rob and Ray pointed out what I did for them. That's all I care about, because I was never one to say, oh, I did this, I did that. Because you said something that was very, very, very thoughtful when you said the guy that puts up your ring, the guy that sells the popcorn, the guy that takes the tickets. We're a family. I don't need to be recognized as, and people applaud and say, oh, he did a great job. I just want my compadres to say he did the best job he could to get my ass over.
And I don't think there's many that'll dispute that, on the male side of things, but we won't go there.
Yeah.
All right. Wrestling fans, right now we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, we're going to talk Kevin Sullivan in WCW. Stand by. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now at the Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fanfest celebration, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famers Tito Santana and Cowboy Bob Orton, the Wild Berzerker, Dangerous Danny Davis, and more 80s WWF icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, an autograph photo fan fest open to all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up the ring like Times Square on New Year's Eve. Relive your childhood. Get the best seats in the house at BostonWrestling.com now. We'll see you live April the 16th. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Dan Riley, Kevin Sullivan. We had our Cauliflower Alley Club little post-game show. The fans will probably see months after the fact, but you know what? It was fun talking about it anyway. And one of the more recent visits you had with us, we discussed your time in ECW. Paul Heyman, it's his baby he was trying to bring to life into the world, but right around the same time you were doing some stuff in ECW. The fans wanted to talk a little pre-Kevin Sullivan, pre-Monday Night War TNT, on TNT I should say, back when it was just the big show of the week was 6:05 on the Superstation TBS, What, after a few years hiatus, brought you back to WCW in 1994?
Mike Graham was on a booking committee. And Mike and I were best friends. And we had the most unusual relationship. We were the love-hate relationship, okay? And Mike was a big drinker. And one time, he came down. This is how Mike was. He put somebody over. He wasn't bullshitting. He came down and he said, I'm on the way down to your house. I said, no, meet me at this bar, because I didn't want him at the house, because I know he's lit. So he comes in the bar, and my wife at the time was the strongest woman in the world. And they got together like my relationship with Mike. They loved and hated each other. So all of a sudden, I know everybody in the Keys, right? The guys sending free drinks over, like blah, blah, blah. And I said, let's get out of here. I'm gonna take my youngest, who was at the time 7. It was outside. I said, I want to take her to the water and let her look in the water, and then we're gonna go. As I'm walking back, I hear ba, 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 tables fall. All of a sudden I said, oh, Jesus Christ. 30 years, him and I have never had a fist fight. We wrestled against each other, amateur, but I said, oh, Jesus, if he hit her, I'm gonna be fucking pissed.
Your kid, you mean?
My wife.
Oh, your wife, okay.
All these chairs went flying. I see my wife getting up. Then Mike gets up. His nose is broken. His Rolex is smashed. He had a gold Rolex is smashed. He's sitting, by the time I got there, he's sitting in a seat. He's bleeding all over the place. And guys are saying, hey, here's some tissues. I don't need tissues. I need to bleed. And I said, what the hell happened? He said, oh, I gave her some shit and she jumped me, and you taught her this trick. She hooked my arms and legs and drove my face into the boardwalk. I said, oh, now it's Mike. Come on, let's go. So we put Mike in the guest house. The next day, this is right as cell phones started. He gets calls. Mike was going down there to race in Mike was a motorboat champion. He was going down there to try out the smoke. And the guy said, hey, I heard Sullivan's wife beat somebody up. He said, it was me.
Oh, readmitted it. Wow.
He put her over. He said, it was me.
He put her over.
Yeah, and I said, oh, God. You know, so it was a unique relationship, to say the least. Mike, the last show he ever did was his 13th show, and he called me.
Was his what show?
13th podcast.
Oh, he was doing a podcast at the time? Okay.
And he called me, and him and I were close, but we never said, I love you. And I'm ready to hang up, and he said, you know, I really love you. I was taken back. I said, you know, I really love you too, Mike. He said, no, I really love you. And I hung up. 2 days later, he's dead.
Wow.
It flipped me out for the longest time.
And what does it say, you know, not to sidetrack from what we were going to try and get into topic-wise, but Super Bowl Sunday 1986, Eddie Graham committed suicide.
Okay, can I?
Mike's son committed suicide at one point, and then Mike, after a couple of days after that phone call.
Can I go further back?
Sure.
Mike's grandfather committed suicide with a gun.
So Eddie's dad?
Yeah.
Really?
Eddie
Was he involved in the business? Or?
No.
No.
Eddie committed suicide.
So 4 generations?
Gets worse. Mike's kid, Mike, and Mike's uncle. 5 of them.
Eddie Graham's brother?
Yeah.
What was going on in that family?
There was some genetic defect, obviously. You know,
5 of them?
This
Wow.
is going to sound crazy, okay? And when I stop before I say it, it sounds so bizarre. I'm not sure if I should say it, but I don't think Kerry Von Erich thought that death was permanent.
You tell your version of it, I'll tell you my version.
Okay, Kerry, when he was world champion, he came in to work for me. He introduced himself to me 6 times. Tied his boots to the chair and he's dragging the chair around. It was in Melbourne, Florida. I think he was working with Steve Kern. I said, Kerry, you need to tie your boots. Oh, okay. And then he lost the foot.
Oh, the car crash, the motorcycle crash.
I think it fucked him up. And one thing I do know about drugs, that once you go down that path, you be strong to get away from it, okay? The boys used to have Nestle chocolate with mushrooms in it, and they would dip their finger in it and eat it, okay, before they worked. I think that Kerry, in some ways, didn't think that shooting himself was going to be the end, that he'd kick out. I know how fucking crazy that sounds.
Yeah.
But these kids, I mean, I'm not throwing stones at them. I was doing the same shit, okay? I was lucky enough to meet my wife, and she straightened me out and put me on the straight road. And remember, she would buy 1 bottle of wine. She said, well, only I have a glass of wine before dinner. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know that if you're on drugs for an extended period of time, that your mind doesn't play tricks on you. And I think that's what happened to Kerry. And losing his foot, getting busted for the fake pain pills.
Prescription.
Yeah, and here's the thing about pain pills, and I may be wrong, okay? Dan, you gotta correct me, okay? Because you've done a lot of guys. I hear,
Not that way.
but I hear 60 pain pills a day.
Yeah.
I hear 50 pain pills a day. I broke my neck. I was on, at the most, they prescribed 5, I may have taken 8.
That's it for a broken neck?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. When I say I broke my neck, I chipped the vertebrae in my neck, not completely broken, right? But the vertebrae, that's
The
why
damage was done.
This is why my arms only go this high. I can't imagine how you could take 50 or 60 unless you just scooped them up and threw them in drinks. And I don't know how people could function.
No.
At 50 pain pills a day.
I was at one point with the injury that I suffered from that crash I was in with the Sheik.
Right.
And a guy you probably recognize by sight from the Tony Rumble era, Brad Von Johnson.
Yeah.
12 prescribed today.
Yeah.
And I mean, I was in a
Lower
different
level.
universe.
Yeah.
When they say I'm doing 40, 50, 60, it must have been a gradual incline where at some point they were taking so many for so regularly, it didn't have the same impact.
But I'm going to tell you what I also believe, that nobody ever talks about. The guys that take 50 or 60 a day, they have OCD. It's a fucking compulsion to keep doing it over and over again. It's a ritual. You take 5 in the morning, boom, you put her out, you have your coffee, you take 2 more. Boom, you have your second cup, you take 2 more. And it's an obsessive compulsive disorder. I'm very into psychology and psychiatry.
And I bet that's why you were such a good worker, to be honest. I think that has a lot to do with it. I think, not to sidetrack real quick, but one thing I don't think people have ever really compared enough is good booking to the strategy in baseball. I think there's a lot of, for successful baseball teams, there's a lot of quote unquote good booking that goes into it, the strategy involved in it. And I think the same can be said for pro wrestling.
It's funny you said that.
And I know you're a baseball fan, so you might be one of the few that get it.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. I mean, here's what I don't get. The last championship we won, when they started to walk Ortiz, he was sitting 7-14. Why don't you just walk this motherfucker? He's hot. He's beating out infield hits. Do you remember that one?
Yeah. Probably they're thinking the law of averages at some point. He's got to start to get out at some point.
But, and you remember in the playoffs,
Yeah.
he would have had another grand slam if the guy that's the manager who they let go for the Mets didn't rob him of a home run, and he still scored an RBI. He ended up hitting 688, the second most. Why are you pitching to him when the bases are open?
Exactly.
You know, I mean, I'm not a brilliant guy, but as you said, booking in baseball, okay, we know now he's hitting 7 out of 10 baseballs for hits. Nobody's on first. Walk the son of a bitch. You end up with 688 and, the MVP trophy. I look at, it's funny you said that. You're the only person that said that to me. I look at baseball very much like wrestling. There's got to be that build, right? There's got to be the heel baseball team, the hometown team is the babyface, there's the losing. Okay, the hero comes late, like Detroit. I knew they were dead when he hit that home run. They tied the game. But you could feel the deflation on the Tigers. He hit the ball. They tied the game up. I'm not going to say he's Barry Bonds and you walk him because the base is loaded.
Yeah.
But I think I might have at that time.
He was about as clutch could be at that point. Yeah, he was Mr. October for that generation.
To me, he goes in the Hall of Fame for what he did against the Yankees.
I can't see how you don't. Other than the argument that he's a designated hitter, but what's the threshold? Is it 70 or 75%?
75.
Maybe not the first year, but if it's not the second year, I think it's an insult.
I think he has to go in the first year. I'll tell you why. 1918 to 2004, we didn't win a world title.
Nothing.
He won 3. He beat the Yankees. He hit 688 his last World Series. I mean, the famous speech in the dugout. Come here, guys, the football team. God damn it, you're not playing good enough. I just got a double. Drive me in, God damn it, blah, blah, blah. And who was the guy that was the left fielder for us? We got him, and he pinch hit more home runs, exactly the same home runs as Joe Cronin. And he had heart attacks. He had been in the A's organization, and he said, when I was in the dugout, he was calling me, it was like my high school football coach telling me, get tough, get tough. I forget his name. Ross? Was it Ross?
David Ross? He was a catcher.
No, I forget. It was a left fielder. He pinch hit 3 home runs.
Gomes?
Gomes.
Gomes.
Yeah. He said, when I was looking at him, I was back in high school football, and the coach told me, fucking play harder, play harder. I don't know. Hey, we won a long time. I mean, you're way too young. I remember Don Budding. Yeah, I remember Bill Bowling. I remember Pete Reynolds. I mean, we suffered and suffered. And then him and Manny came to town, and they hit more home runs than any duo, even more than Ruth and Gehrig.
Yeah.
And then he went on, and everybody forgets this. He made a great play at first base, cutting down the guy coming home. Do you remember that?
Did?
Yeah, in the World Series.
I don't
the ball
remember.
was to his.
Which one are you talking about? 13? The last one?
Yeah, the ball was to his left. It looked like it was a single. He got it, turned around, his big fat ass threw it at the home plate, and they tagged him out.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I mean, and he hadn't played, but maybe 15,
very little.
15 games, maybe.
To be generous.
Yeah.
To be generous.
Yeah.
In interleague play, they'd always try and find a spot for him for at least one game in the series. But for the fans that we've totally lost with all the baseball talk, right now we're going to take a brief timeout. We'll come back and wrap up the show. I did want to tie the Von Erichs into what we were talking about, but like I said, I think there is a lot of great strategy and a lot of great quote-unquote booking that goes into baseball, and I finally found someone that agrees with me or understands what the hell I'm talking about. Right now, we're going to take a brief timeout. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders. Stand by.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product, so support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns' moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster, direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made, includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now.
All right, wrestling fans, it is that time of the night again, segment 3. We always hate to have to wrap up the show, but the good news is it just makes you want to come back for more and more. Don't forget the Premier Chat is open on the right side of the screen. The Super Chat button, of course, helps us keep the lights on and pay the bills. Give us a big thumbs up if you're enjoying the talk, as well as the subscription button that is free. We have over 2,000 free videos at your disposal. Never mind all the cool stuff we have going on at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. It's almost like what all those fanatics are doing with Din Fan up at Merrimack and other places, but that's a different story for a different time. But Kevin, we do our weekly show with Marty Jannetty.
Right.
And Marty is a man that obviously has had many issues throughout his career and even his life, as he's explained on some of the talk shows. But I do consider him to be a sage in some point of view. I'll give you an example. A couple of times we've had Demolition with us. A couple of times we've had the Nasty Boys with us. And when we've had them, we haven't had them as a duo. We've had them individually. And people think you're crazy. Why don't you have them on together to tell their stories? And I said, well, you know what? It was actually the one person that got me thinking in a different way was Marty, because he said, let's pretend you and I are on your island in Washington right now.
Right.
And we're sitting around the beach, and we're saying, okay, Kevin, point to me where you see the moon. You're going to say the moon's right over there. And then you say, Dan, where do you see the moon? I'll say the moon's right over there.
Yeah.
Now, we're both seeing the moon, but we're seeing it slightly differently, even though it's in the exact same place. So I think that's why Marty sometimes, with personal demons, whatever you want to call them, and so on and so forth, especially now where he's overcoming not one but 2 major reconstructive ankle surgeries this year, and is in a heck of a lot of pain as a result of it, as you can probably imagine. There is wisdom in that brain of his. And he told me, to tie it back into the Von Erichs, they were on a Japanese tour. And Blackjack Lanza got the info that, I think it was the youngest one, the tiny one, hit off himself.
Mike.
Not Mike, was it
George?
Chris?
Chris.
And so Blackjack Lanza was kind of pacing. They were waiting for Kerry to come down from the hotel to give him the news. Marty and it was with Davey Boy, and they were all kind of tight together. And they were really worried what his reaction was going to be after David, after Mike. They had that little baby Von Erich that passed away, I think, in upstate New York when Fritz Von Erich wrestled there.
Jack.
He wasn't a wrestling tragedy.
No,
he was just a sad
was
life tragedy.
8 years old Jack.
Yeah. And he told Kerry, he kind of, not to say that he shrugged his shoulders, but, he just, okay, and got on the bus and off they went. Now, they didn't know if he was in shock or so on and so forth, but in a later conversation they had, he was saying to them that, he says, they're all laughing at me. They all think I'm a pussy because I won't kill myself and join them up in heaven. So, where he was facing in '93, right before he did the deed, it looked like he was going to do some serious time for writing those prescriptions down in Texas. Maybe that was the time he thought the quote-unquote joke was over with the different brothers, and he decided to end his life, which was very sad, where he had that young daughter at the time. I don't know if he had more than one kid, but...
He had a couple.
He did have Kerry had a couple?
Yeah.
Okay, so you talk about the great tragedies in wrestling. I mean, a lot of the things that have gone on with the Hots and those tragedies and the people that have been affiliated with them. I mean, you look at that Hart Foundation from 1997 that was on fire during the Monday Night War. Neidhart, Pillman, Bulldog, Owen, all gone. Brett's the only one left. But
With the Von Erichs, Kevin's the last of the Mohegans. I think he lives out in Hawaii now.
Yeah, he lives in Hawaii.
And hopefully having a nice life for himself out there.
Yeah, he lives in Kauai, which is my favorite island.
Oh, okay.
And he lives like on a 2,000-acre estate.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He sold his tapes to Vince, and he made a bunch of money. But getting back to your point, what do you think?
I think there's a lot of validity to what Marty said. Without knowing Kerry Von Erich personally, to hear him actually say it, I mean, for someone that was on all the different kind of drugs that he was on to begin with, then facing, okay, I'm going to go from alpha athlete known by millions of people, making several $100,000 a year, to going to jail for X amount of years.
And
I could see that pushing him.
And he's facing his father.
Right, yeah, because Fritz was alive until 97, right,
and
right.
his father was a real authoritarian.
Was he? Okay.
Yeah, and it was almost designed. It's like the Kennedys curse. There should have been Jack for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
There should have been Bobby for 4 years. There should have been Teddy for 4 years. That's what the father thought. Whatever conspiracy theory you want to buy into, you can buy into. But I can see him saying, I can't go to jail. My father suffered enough.
Yeah.
You know?
And the mom.
Yeah, and the mom. And the mom has stayed with the father until the last one died, and then there was a divorce. I mean, life. Mike Pappas, do you know the name?
Yes.
Mike was a real little guy, and he worked in WWF. He was the size of Rey Mysterio.
Oh, that small of a guy? Okay.
But he worked with big guys in a tag team, and he did his shit. And him and I were friends, and he was Greek. And he said, life is like a cucumber. Sometimes you bite into it and it's sweet. Sometimes you bite into it and it's sour. I think Kerry bit into it, and it was a couple of times it came out sour. And when you do all those drugs, and again, I'm not saying I'm not
Right.
without stones, right? I'm not going to cast a stone on anybody about drugs, because I did my share of drugs. But I knew at one time I got up and said, I want to live normal. I don't think they could do that because the pressure they were under.
And I'll say this, I don't want to make any accusations because I really don't know the man, but David seems, I'm not, Kerry,
Kevin,
didn't get any of their names right. Kevin seems kind of out there.
He does.
And I don't know if that's just his personality. I don't know if that's from maybe concussions over the years. I don't know maybe if he's on.
Do you remember? I
something
don't
in
think
this
he's
world.
on anything now. But do you remember when I told you the Nestle Quick story?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Taking hallucinogenics, and I took them as a young boy, right? I remember I took them at 16 years old. I took some real LSD.
Oh, pre-wrestling, Kevin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And I saw, we were playing Jimi Hendrix, and I saw the notes coming off the turnstile, and I looked at the Oriental rug, and it was shooting pedals at me. And the only guy that hadn't taken it was a guy that was drunk out of his mind. And I said, you got to help me. And he started laughing and said, you want me to help you? And that was I only did it later on in my life a couple of times. Reality can be a motherfucker. There's a lot of times, I'm sure, everybody, if they say it never crossed their mind, is a liar. I believe. I think suicide crosses everybody's mind.
I agree with that.
And I also believe...
To different degrees.
I also believe if it's genetic inheritance, it passes through you a lot more.
Well, that Graham story is mind-blowing to me.
Yeah.
The way I had no idea that it went that deep.
Yeah.
And with the Von Erichs, you know, as someone that was one of the biggest players in the business in that time period, did you see David as a potential NWA world champion?
Absolutely. He was the guy. I remember when I came back to Florida, David had just left. I kind of took his place as a heel.
Mm-hmm.
And I was saying, I saw, I had watched some tapes of David, you know, this before they destroyed the meeting. And he said, I think he's going to be that next NWA champion.
Wow.
You know, his father had the stroke. He had Eddie's vote. He had the Amarillo vote. He had the Kansas City vote. He had probably the Georgia vote. It would have been close, and I thought he would have got it. You know, the way back then was, if you got the Florida belt, you got the Missouri belt, and then you got the NWA belt.
That was kind of how it built up.
Yeah, yeah.
And with David, it wasn't a suicide, though. He was just doing a lot of stuff and overdosed.
Yeah, it wasn't
and
a
then
suicide.
Brody, wasn't it Brody that kind of flushed it all down the toilet before the police came?
It wasn't a suicide, and I can see how it happens. It's like drinking.
Mm.
Have you ever overdrank?
Not too many times, but no.
Can you tell if you had 6 or 8?
When you get to that point? No.
Yeah.
No. Good. That's actually a really good point, yeah. Once you reach a certain level, you lose track.
Yeah. And if you're kicking them in, maybe this time you hadn't eaten. You just flew across the world. You drank on the plane. You took a bunch of other shit to make you sleep, but you kicked out of it halfway, so you take some other shit. You know, this business was, which I am glad to see, was 360. I ask kids when they work, right? How long you been working? A year. How many matches you had?
Right.
I've had
Big
13.
difference.
I've had 13. My first year, had 465.
Wow.
On
So a lot of double shots.
On Fridays, I used to go to Knoxville from Nashville. I worked Knoxville. Saturday morning, I worked Knoxville TV. I drive to Chattanooga, 100 miles away. I worked the second match in Chattanooga after the Chattanooga TV. So now I got Knoxville Friday, Knoxville Saturday, Chattanooga TV, Chattanooga house show, and they would fly me to Birmingham for the midnight TV.
Jesus. Wow. That's a year in wrestling.
Yeah.
That's a full-time pro wrestler right there.
And that's before drugs would come in. I think that, you know something, you're the only guy that's ever said this. Vince was running 4 towns a night at one time.
Yeah.
4 towns a night? They're not running that now. Is wrestling doing really well?
No.
And to do that, a guy explained it to me. And this helped me get off of the shit. You're on a record. it just keeps going round and round and round. Unless you jump off that record, it's going to end.
Well, and you know, back to the Von Erichs, those other brothers, I mean, I know you said Fritz was kind of an authoritarian. I mean, was there anything about Mike Von Erich that would make you say, geez, this guy should be a pro wrestler?
No.
I mean, maybe set up the ring, maybe sell merchandise, but I mean, he looked like
he was
maybe, I don't know how tall he was, but he didn't even look like he
5'4".
weighed 200 pounds.
He was 5'4".
No, I'm talking about Mike, not the little one.
Oh.
Mike was the other one that committed suicide.
Yeah, he was
He
5'7".
looked, I hate to say it, but he kind of looked, if anything, like he was a little mentally challenged.
He certainly did.
And the other one was kind of like, not to say that he was a midget, but he was not a professional athlete.
No.
He didn't look like it. He almost looked like Chunk from the Goonies. And I think it was unfair to put those kids in that position that certainly, I don't know whether they had grand desires. I don't know next to nothing about them. I don't know if they had grand desires to want to be in the business.
Of course they did.
You think they did?
They were the Von Erichs.
Even that little kid though, the one that was that small, you think he really said to himself, geez,
You know what I
this is
say
for
to
me?
you know what I say to my nephews who play baseball?
No.
Do not think you're going to be Dustin Pedroia. Want me to tell you a story about Dustin Pedroia?
Sure.
I go to a preseason game with my daughter.
Mm.
My daughters take me to games. We go to the preseason game, and my youngest one says, "Oh, that's nice, they're letting the bat boy play second base." I said, "He just won the MVP, honey."
And Rookie of the Year.
Yeah. But this is the year after he
The
won
year after he won the MVP, so 09, yeah.
You think he's the exception to the rule?
Yeah, all right, very
Yeah,
true,
yeah.
very true.
But the old man, because it was fake, thought they could get away with it.
Well, Kerry had tremendous size, and
Yeah.
he looked like, again,
David.
we talked about, you know, you want a sketch, but you want the ultimate alpha male athlete to look like, you got Kerry.
Do you ever see
David was
the,
very good. Kevin was solid. The other two, though, I don't think. Had
Did
any
you ever
business.
see the video of Kerry riding a white stallion bareback? It was one of the first videos ever made.
No.
Where he's riding it on the beach. He
No.
looked like Cody.
Really? Yeah. And you know what? I can kind of see that now that you mention it. Yeah.
He had
If his
the
hair was a little
loincloth.
shorter, yeah.
He had the loincloth on. Here's what happens to wrestling promoters. Not knocking Greg Gagne. He should have been in the front office.
Good mind for the business.
Yeah, but he was not.
He didn't look it.
No.
He looked like a tall, thin. And remember when they tried to dress him up as Rambo to
Yeah.
make it even worse? Oh my
Ed
God.
Don George, not Ed Don George, Captain Ed, the Sheik's son.
Eddie Farr?
Yeah, Eddie Farr.
I didn't even know he had a son in the business.
Yeah, horrible.
No good?
Horrible.
That's probably why I didn't know.
Yeah, they try to think, well, it's fake, we can get away with it. The kid had never been in the gym.
Well, wrestling fans, this certainly turned into a very interesting episode. One we were not expecting. We thought we were going to start to dive into Kevin's big return to WCW in '94. We're going to have to try and get back there. I think that's what led us to the Graham conversation and the baseball booking conversation and the Von Erich conversation. Don't worry, like all of our great talk shows 7 nights a week, the GPS goes haywire, but we do eventually get to the destination we try to get to on the topics of the shows. But I think it makes the shows more interesting. We could have glossed over a lot of what we just talked about. We may have never got back to it again. Sometimes I think when someone's name comes up, like Mike Graham, who may not play a huge part in later day WCW or the Monday Night Wars or the Von Erich family, who knows if they're ever going to come up again in our conversations between you and I. So I think their story's worth telling and discussing.
Yes,
for the
I do
fans.
too. And a lot of people know this. Mike was on the list to win the junior heavyweight belt.
And what happened?
Mike didn't want to travel.
Oh, he just wanted to be Florida?
Yeah.
Well, I could see that being a problem.
Yeah.
All right, wrestling fans, for my partner in crime, Kevin Sullivan, a man I have had eons of respect for since the first time he walked into a Tony Rumble locker room in 1994. It has been a pleasure, sir.
It's my pleasure.
The respect continues to respect. The respect continues to respect. The respect continues to exude from me to this day in your direction. I appreciate all the help you've dedicated to the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive and to these talk shows. Can't wait to have you in Boston to do it in the studio itself.
Yeah.
That's the only thing missing.
And I demand these two young boys to be there.
Captain Lou and Dan Fan.
Okay.
Do you trust them, though?
Yeah, I trust them.
Even though, you know what?
They're handsome.
He's trying
How
to
can you not trust them?
He's trying to steal Albano's gimmick. He's calling himself Captain Lou.
He's calling me Captain Lou.
He could be Captain Lou.
Thank you.
And then Dan Fan, you should see how many females he left in room 211 at the MGM.
Oh, I'm sure.
He said his activities made the Bellagio fountains go to shame. He had so many women in Vegas. But that's all right. That's what Vegas is all about. So for my good friend Kevin Sullivan, I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you next time on Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Until then, you and yours be well, stay healthy. Good night from Las Vegas. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
At WrestleMania 37, she defeated Asuka to become the new Raw Women's Champion, and here is your chance to own a piece of Rhea Ripley on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. Number 50 of only 50 made, includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Suitable for framing and matting, you'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air thank you on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Rhea Ripley autograph poster now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John North, the Berzerker.
You don't even need a watch, and he was actually looking for a watch at Target the other day.
Yeah.
You know what time it is. It's Thursday night. It's 10 p.m. It's time for Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursdays with the Berzerker.
Nice.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursday. Dan Marotti along with my buddy John
North, the Berzerker.
Happy to have you back here in studio.
Thanks, Dan.
We've been continuing your timeline of what's going on in the World Wrestling Federation. We had some bonus content this week. We want to send out a couple of birthday wishes to today, the chairman of Boston Wrestling MWF, Mr. Neil Manolian. You guys would not have your Back to the 80s event Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall without all of his dealings with the venue. So a thank you to my best friend. I was in his swimming pool when I was 3 years old.
Nice.
I've known him a little bit.
Really?
Known him a little bit. And we want to send out a birthday 2 days early to one of our junior ambassadors, one of the little Marottis up in New Hampshire, Brandon J. I cannot believe my little buddy is going to be 24 years old on Saturday.
Brandon, happy birthday,
24.
brother. Happy birthday.
And he's got a little one, too. He's got little Addie.
Oh, geez. It's funny how they keep multiplying, ain't it?
I don't get any older. I don't understand it.
You know what?
Neither do you.
Hold it. Yeah. No, you're pretty good. He's pretty good. I got to say he's pretty good.
I'll say this, not one wrinkle. Even with all the stress of pro wrestling, not one wrinkle.
Here we go again from an old fart.
No.
No, I'm having fun.
All right, what we are going to do this week, John, the fans have kind of requested it. We're going to almost hit the pause button on our WWF timeline when we've had a lot of fun with it. But one of the more popular TV shows that I don't know if you've seen any of them or all of them or none of them.
Okay.
The Dark Side of the Ring. Are you familiar with the program?
Yeah, a little bit.
The fans wanted to have a look at John Nord's Dark Side of the Ring, his thoughts on some of these great, interesting topics and people that have come up on that program. You being the honest man you are, you don't hold anything back. You shoot from the hip. You might regret it the next day, but that's all right. That's what makes you so much fun.
Okay.
We'll start off with one of the biggest nights in professional wrestling. We go back to November of 1997. World Wrestling Federation heavyweight champion Bret the Hitman Hart is getting ready to leave the company to go to WCW to make $2+ million a year. Doesn't want to drop the title to Shawn Michaels because Shawn said he wouldn't do a job for him.
That's right.
It led to the infamous Montreal screw job.
Oh, yeah.
Thinking back to it, John, I believe you were in WCW at the time, or just getting ready to go in. What are your thoughts on the situation itself? How would you have handled it? And your thoughts on some of the personalities involved?
The Montreal screw job?
Yes.
Well, in short, tell me what happened again.
Well, if we want to go through the whole history lesson, it was actually the day after my birthday, and it started in September. Vince went up to Bret Hart and said to him, I cannot afford to keep paying you what we're paying you right now. Where you have a 20-year contract, can we put some of the money on the back end? And Bret became worried that he wouldn't see it. The problem was, at that point, Vince said, you know what, why don't you go and see if you can get the money that WCW offered you before? And he did. And I don't think it was quite as much. I think at one point, when he was a free agent,
I think it was less.
They offered him as much as $3. When he went back, when he went back to the table with Bischoff, if I remember right, I think it was 2.3 they offered him per year. He then had the weight on his shoulders of, did he want to leave his home of 14 years, where he was the guy? You know, they certainly made him the center of attention in the World Wrestling Federation. Or did he go for bigger money in WCW? In the end, he chose to take the bigger money in WCW. The problem was, he was the World Wrestling Federation heavyweight champion.
That's the kink.
WWF should have never put themselves in that position, but we'll get back to that.
Right.
So they had been building and building and building this real-life grudge that the fans had come to know of because the internet was starting to become a thing.
Was this the same night Bret hit Vince?
Yes.
Okay.
It led to Montreal. They kept trying to come up with different scenarios where Bret would drop the title. Bret said he would drop it anywhere but Survivor Series in Montreal because he didn't want to do a job in Canada. And he didn't want to do a job to Shawn because Shawn said he wouldn't do a job to him. So in the week leading up to the event, they decided to come up with this screw job idea, which our good friend Jerry Briscoe, the night before Survivor Series, got Shawn and Triple H in a hotel room and was showing him some shoot moves in case Bret, tried to shoot on him when the moment happened in the squared circle.
You're not going to learn it in one night, though. So that was worthless. Because that ain't how that goes. That ain't how shoot moves go like that.
Well, Jerry tried.
But I had to say it. So
Jerry tried.
Okay, you tried.
So then we go to Survivor Series. Bret is in the middle of having a documentary of his life made. And they go to a spot where Shawn puts Bret in the sharpshooter. Vince is at ringside, and he goes, ring the fucking bell. Ring the fucking bell. Ding, 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 ding. Shawn starts working and acting like he doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know what's happening. They play his music. They give him the belt. Jerry Briscoe comes out with Triple H. They escort Shawn to the back. The fans are spitting. They're going wild.
So what was Bret told was going to happen?
I believe it was either going to be, it was a double disqualification was going to be the finish.
So Bret was going to still have the belt?
Yes. They came up with so many different scenarios to try and get it off of him.
Okay.
Then Bret came up with the idea. He said, you know what, so many people know about this. Why don't I just come out on Raw and hand the title back to you without doing a job to anybody or putting anybody over, which I think was the worst scenario that I heard.
Yeah.
WCW, to their credit, was willing to let Bret stay another month and have him do the job at the December of '97 pay-per-view, which was in Springfield, Massachusetts. That way they could put it on Shawn without Bret directly having to do the job. But they decided, you know what? It was Vince's title. He wanted the title on Shawn Michaels to get him hot, to ultimately drop it to Austin, who was the guy in the business at that point. So what do you think if you're Bret Hart?
Well,
if you're Bret Hart in September, you just signed a 20-year contract the year before. You're the champion. You're getting $1.5 million a year from Vince. Vince says he can't afford it because he looks at it like, okay, everybody knows Bret's getting $1.5 million. What's Shawn going to want when he comes to?
That's right.
What's Austin going to want? What's Undertaker going to want?
Okay, I get that. So let's rewind then.
All right.
Bret, let me lay this scenario, okay? Vince buys Stu Hart's Calgary. Part of the deal was, Bret, you got to take care of my son, on and on. Maybe some stuff said or written that had to take place. Bret had that going for him. Bret was one of the top workers, okay? He had a lot of stuff going. That started this whole thing. Neidhart, Owen, is Stu. Otherwise, you got to go in there and try to get a job like everybody else. So he was padded right away.
They took
comfy, cozy.
Him, Neidhart, and the British Bulldogs.
Okay, that's right. Yep. Yeah, 4 of them. So comfy, cozy. You can, I mean, I wish I could get a job that way. My dad, but no, let me get, go ahead. Go ahead, Dad.
Well, just granted, that was 1984, and we're talking 1997 now.
That's right, but I'm trying to lay this scenario because that's what it's about.
It helps the fans understand the timeline.
It's attitudes and egos, too. Okay, and that's maybe where I'm into that too much, where I start picking on that, but... And you are a factual guy because you know all this, But yeah, so I know the basics of this stuff here, but so you got to remember. So now then, who's your boss though, Bret? Vince. Okay, I understand it was a screw job, but I do agree with Vince McMahon that Bret Hart was his own worst enemy, okay? No, you don't do that. But listen, I don't agree with doing stuff that way, but I do want to remind everybody that you're in pro wrestling. This ain't ballet. This ain't, this ain't working at 3M or, some big, company. I mean, it's a huge company, but it is pro wrestling. So then we're talking about the actual screw job now, right? I think Bret, because I know Bret, you're not talking to somebody that don't know Bret Hart or didn't travel with him. I did, and he liked me. I've slept at his house.
Really?
Yes, I slept at his house with his son Dallas and all the kids and shit, and Undertaker was there with me, but I don't think he slept over. But anyways, as far as that goes, they shouldn't have done the shit they did. They shouldn't have screw jobbed. But also, I don't like it when egos get that high on guys and they feel that entitled that I got screwed. I. And Dan's thinking, well, he wants to hear about you know, the actual stuff that happened. And I'm not, I understand what happened, but I'll tell you this. Vince McMahon is still the boss. He still owns the company. He still put so much money in everybody's pocket, including yours, Brett, and Sean's, and Sean knows that, and on and on and on. Why does Vince McMahon have to be this frickin' evil guy that night of the screw job? Shouldn't have did it. Look at all the shit you shouldn't have did. Everybody's done shit they shouldn't have done, okay? But because Brett is able to pick up steam by telling the story on the screw job, and the fans love it. They love hearing about it. I understand that. But he now is, you know, getting, for years, big press on that. And, but what I don't like is stomping your feet. Forget all the other guys in the locker room, the other 25 guys. It's about me. It's about me and my screw job. I've just been so ripped off. Let me see, I'm a multi-millionaire because of Vince McMahon. Yeah, Brett wrestled great and hard for many, many years. Hats off all the way. Amazing. Although smaller guys can wrestle longer. Anyways, I can't help it. I don't know. First of all, if you're going to hit McMahon, if you don't knock him out, hit him harder next time, Brett. You know? And I'm on Legends contract, so I better watch out what I'm saying.
Well, let me ask you this, John. Do you think maybe the biggest mistake of all was they approached Brett about this while he was still the champion? Do you think it would have made life easier for everybody if they waited for him to already do the job, then go to him with this proposition where they can't afford to pay him and he can reach out to WCW while he's not the champion?
Well, it's kind of hindsight, though. I mean,
don't you think that would have been smarter, though?
It would have been smarter, but you don't always do everything in chronological order.
Right.
Sometimes it's just, hey, Brett, you better go tell Brett about I got to get this off my mind and tell Brett we can't afford to pay him. Okay? And I just do not see the stomping your feet and I've been screwed and I this, I that. You know, hey, you punch the guy, that should be a little bit off your chest, you know? And yeah, you know, the bottom line on it, what do you think, the bottom line? If you could sum it up in two sentences.
Well, there's still a little more I want to cherry pick from it, but for me, if I was Vince McMahon, I would have Brett lose that championship belt, then I'd sit down and have that conversation with him.
About the money?
That we can't afford $1.5 million a year. We can either backload it or you can go talk to WCW. I wouldn't do that while he was the champion in the face of the company.
No.
I'd have him job first.
Oh, I'm sure he's even thought of that it would have been smarter.
I don't understand why they didn't.
Well, you're right. You're right. I'm sure they've thought that, but what?
Actually, you know what? Next time we have Jerry Briscoe, I want to ask him that.
What? But yeah. But here's the point. Here's the point. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you don't have stuff go in chronological order as life just happens.
It's just kind of common sense.
It is, but hey, you're talking about the WWF, and you got, you know, a couple, 300 wrestlers. You know, you don't know what's going to happen from day to day. It's as far as running the WWF or or you really don't know what's going to happen day to day, because look at what you're managing. You're managing pro wrestlers, and like 300 of them. So, or 200 or whatever, but so that you really don't know what's going to happen. I'm being kind of taking the side, I know, of Vince on this deal, and you can take the side of Brett and should have, you know, I get that, and that's okay. That's probably why we get along. But I just don't get why, you know, on the other flip coin, man up and say shit happens. I'm not going to cry and stomp my feet and start punching people. Because, first of all, you're not the toughest guy in the world to be punching people. You might get punched back.
All right, before
Brett.
we get to the punch, let's still rewind a little bit. Okay, so
Well,
it was Halloween, I believe, was the cutoff date as far as the open window for negotiations. Brett ultimately took that deal with WCW that paid probably right around $7 million over the 3 years.
You think he can live on that, Brett?
So at that point, you're Bret Hart, you're the WWF champion, you're headed to WCW within a matter of weeks.
Yep.
Is it that big of a deal to worry about dropping the title in your home country? Imagine, you know, if it was one thing, all right, he didn't want to do it in Calgary, but to say I can't do it in Canada because I'm a Canadian hero. I mean, could you imagine Hogan saying I can't lose the title in America because my theme song is real American?
Thank you.
I thought that was a little much.
That was cheesy. But that's Brett. When they
that was segment 1, John? Yeah. Thank you.
We're done?
No, keep going.
When the ego gets that big, everything happens. Everything happens when any of us, any man, when the ego gets that high, and you are on this entitled road, Bret Hart, because that's who we're talking about right now is Bret. You're a super entitled, super ego, everything goes to shit. Ain't that funny how it happens that way? And that's what happened. Okay, nobody wants to be around guys that are that fucking entitled and that much, and your ego is that puffed up. You think how many guys did jobs for you, Brett, that put you over night after night after night, and you're got screwed one night? Who didn't?
So in your opinion, once he decided to take that money from Bischoff and WCW, is $7 million or so,
yeah,
you think he should have been willing to just drop the title as?
I think he should have been a man and said, whatever you guys want, tell me what you want me to do. I'm making so much money, it's ridiculous. I'm making more than the whole rest of the frickin' guys in the locker room put together. That's what a real man would have did.
All right, wrestling fans.
So quit being a pussy.
We're not done yet because there's more to the story. But right now we're going to take a brief time out, fans. If you love stories like this, even though that's the 90s and the Attitude Era, you're going to love even more when we go back to the 80s. Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. What a lineup we have along with this man, the Berzerker John Nord. We have Hacksaw Jim Duggan is going to be there live, the WWE Hall of Famer. The greatest tag team in WWF history, in my opinion. Axe and Smash Demolition are going to be there.
I agree with you.
WWE Hall of Famer Tito Santana. WWE Hall of Famer the Cowboy Bob Orton. Yep. Dangerous Danny Davis, the evil referee turned wrestler turned back referee. We have more that we're going to be announcing next week, and if you guys keep buying those VIP packages and tickets, John Cena Sr. and I have promised even more 80s legends that will be appearing
Show
live.
up, you guys. I can't wait to see you guys. Seriously.
We're taking a brief time out now, so you can head on over to BostonWrestling.com for a wrestling celebration, decades in the making.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now. The Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fanfest celebration, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famers Tito, Santana, and Cowboy Bob Orton, the Wild Berzerker, Dangerous Danny Davis, and more 80s WWF icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, an autograph photo fan fest open to all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up the ring like Times Square on New Year's Eve. Relive your childhood. Get the best seats in the house at bostonwrestling.com now. We'll see you live April the 16th.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep Wrestling Legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE Champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal Champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all three men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Dan Marotti, along with Fridley's finest, Mr. John Nord. We're talking about John Nord's Dark Side of the Ring. We're taking a little break from his WWF Timeline episodes, which have been a lot of fun. We are going to get back to them. We're going to tape in so much great content with John this winter. He's going to be back with us again in April, taping even more. I mean, you know, it's great to feel like we have a new, positive member of the family. You know, Tony took his 800 and, hit the road. And Marty, once he's healthy, is going to be coming back, hopefully. Knock on wood in March. I think I told you.
Marty will be back.
He was in the emergency room
Yeah,
this
I
week.
know. He'll be back.
Okay.
Marty's tough as hell.
He's going to be back, baby. So we're going to be partying with Marty.
Yes.
And
as far as the $800 on Tony Atlas, just thank God he ain't here spitting food at you.
His chicken wings.
It's something we can be grateful for today is, Atlas, you ain't spitting food at us.
Well, there were fans, when he would stay away from politics, the fans enjoyed his episodes.
I believe that.
And then, I knew Jack. We just started a series with him, and he passed away 6 days after we taped with him. It was
my God.
Very eerie. It was
That
very
is
eerie.
That is eerie.
Very eerie. But
that is eerie.
we're going to continue to bring you great content, folks, 7 days a week. But I think the crown jewel right now is the fans' favorite night of the week when it comes to these talk shows is Thursday was with you.
Nice.
They love your candid personality.
Thanks.
They love your honesty. They love that you shoot from the hip.
Thanks.
They know a BSer when they have a BSer on here.
Yep.
But anyway, back to what we were
Fans
talking
always smell them out. You guys always smell out a phony. That's what I love about you guys.
What do you think Annie
That's serious.
Baby, remember that night?
AEA.
Remember that night, John?
And you said, I want you to do this. I'll meet you in my hotel room.
You think she wanted to wear the Viking helmet as she did it?
Oh, God,
Could you
don't
picture that?
say that. I went screaming into the night. Running away from that woman.
Probably so.
We're going to talk about that later.
Probably sounded like a dog trying to drink water out of a bowl.
I
as
don't
she
know,
did it.
but wherever you are, Annie, God bless you.
Well, she's not too far from here. But anyway, back to John Nord's Dark Side of the Ring. We were talking about, he said,
do it.
Bret Hart should have agreed to do the job to Shawn Michaels, but here's the caveat. Shawn Michaels had said to Bret, I would never do a job for you. Now, as a professional, if you're Bret Hart, how would you react to someone saying they wouldn't put you over?
That would suck.
Would it change does it change your opinion about how Bret went about handling Survivor Series? He was working
Does it change my opinion?
He was working with a guy who said, I'd never put you over. Now, Bret's going out the door. He's going to get his 7 from Bischoff.
But that's between him and Shawn.
Right.
This ain't nothing to do with Vince McMahon. That's between him and Shawn. And then you can get into this thing, hey, Vince told Shawn to say that and that. No, you guys, that's way too complicated. It didn't never happen like that in wrestling. It always happened, usually a guy's ego was the monster that screwed up the whole deal, or Vince's ego. Same thing.
So if you were Brett, would Shawn saying that have changed your outlook on the match?
Yeah, it would have given me a little edge on it. But
you still would have done the job.
Well, yeah, look at the money you've made. And all the guys in the locker room made it for you. And you made it yourself, too, because you showed up and you worked your ass off. And you're a hell of a worker and all that. But do you realize that it's a huge company and everybody was working? And if you're the champ, everybody is working for you. And look at the money times, you sign, you're making millions. What the F do you want? You know how wrong that is? Come on.
Well, to be fair to Brett, he said he was willing to drop the title.
I'm not going to be fair to Brett because it's bullshit.
Well, I'm trying to be as honest with the story as far as I know.
You're always honest.
He was willing to drop the title to Undertaker, to Shamrock, to Austin. He was willing to drop it to anybody. He just didn't want to drop it in Canada, and he didn't want to drop it to Shawn.
Well, the Canada thing makes Brett a butthole, and Shawn is a butthole for saying that to Brett about, I'll never do a job for you. But the reason they said that, why do you think they said that Shawn was different on this deal?
He didn't like the man.
No, Shawn was smaller, blonde hair, attitude. And anytime a guy is a little, like, not 6'5", 6'8", 6'10", and it's funny how it all changes, or if the guy's a shooter. But Shawn was none of them things, and Shawn ended up an awesome guy and an awesome worker. He's a hell of a guy now. But here's the point, is that's why most of the time a guy, they don't like doing jobs for each other if they're both about the same height, 5'10", 6 feet, whatever they are.
I'm sure you are 110% correct about that, but this was certainly a personality conflict where they were, at some point shooting on each other in the ring as far as their verbal promos go. They got into the locker room fight where Brett ripped out a big chunk of Shawn's hair that Jim Cornette has in a bag in his home.
Yeah.
Do you think that...
Well, I don't know. I mean, they ended up, both Hall of Fame, workers, incredible workers. I just see these two little bitches fighting against each other and stopping. Muscle up, gentlemen. Look at the checks you're picking. Ain't it about the money, picking up the check and the link? It was back then.
Shawn was still at $750K.
Huh?
Shawn was still at $750K. That wasn't a bad year.
Well, the case closed. I mean, there's not. That is so ridiculous. I hope that somehow this starts unfolding.
Well,
we're
trying to unlayer it right here with your opinion on it.
Okay, well, I'm not the fact guy. You are.
Do you think that Vince was unreasonable to want Brett to drop the title to Shawn at Survivor Series in Montreal?
No, he's the boss. He owns a company.
I agree with that.
If he wanted you to put on a pink leotard and start doing lines of coke on the turnbuckle, do it. He's your frickin' boss. Seriously. What would you say if you were working at one of Trump's companies and you came up and I don't feel like doing that today. It rubs my ego the wrong way.
I'd be furious, but like I said, the only thing I go back to is if I'm WWF, I would have got the belt off of him before I began this process, and it would have saved them so many headaches.
Of course,
I think.
I agree.
So many headaches. That's not how it happened.
No, it ain't. But that's a good point, and that's of course you're right. You're right. And all that I think about, I mean, it was just all you had to do was do that first and that second, and turn that around. But the problem is back then, I mean, guys are going through divorce. Sean still hadn't got into his, I'll say manhood, because he ended up a great guy, but back then he was kind of a little bitch. And Brett was so, and I think I told this story, and this if Brett was watching this right now, this would rub him the wrong way. But when they first were going to give him the strap, the belt, the strap, the title, whatever you want to call it, I was riding with him, and we had some girl that helped him out on rides all the time, okay?
A rat?
Yeah, a ring rat that helped him out on rides all the time, okay? And I did it. I said, let's go. Let's get to the hotel bar. Hurry up. I got to start drinking. I said, come on. And he gets and he's like this. This is exactly what he did. God, you know I'm telling the truth. He gets in the car and goes, guess what? You're giving me the title. I'm like, what a fucking mark! Come on, dude. And he was dead serious. I just do you understand what kind of egos we were talking about? And it ain't so much the egos; it's the entitlement. Okay,
I hear you.
The entitlement is absolutely sick. If Dan, you like to talk about integrity a lot and doing the next right thing, and that's how you are. Well, here we go. Integrity, do the next right thing. All these guys have helped you get to where you're at. Your dad sold Vince the company and put a few lines in there. You got to take care of my sons and son-in-laws and all that. And that's great. That's what I would have did if my dad owned it. But here's the point, is you had all that. You had all the guys going. So everything's circling around you. And I don't ever hear you saying, hey, thanks, guys, or anything. Nothing.
Ever.
So, ever.
Really?
And if Brett, if he ain't, Brett will incorporate some story, like one time I heard him say, I got a Bruiser Brody story. He says when he came in, he says, boy, I'm really glad a guy like you was here in this company. I don't know where they were at, but it's on one of the big stories on TV. I'm sure somebody will know what I'm talking about here. And he said, I'm really glad. And he's like, well, the story was about Brett, not Brody. Now because he's complimenting Brett. But really, he's just telling Brett, hey, what are you going to tell the guy? He's a butthole? You're going to say, you're going to say nice things. You give guys compliments. But this entitlement stuff, I don't know. Am I the only one that gets mad when I hear about, when I know all these guys are working every night the same way you are. They're getting 1/10, 1/20th the pay you are, and they're doing the same thing. You don't think they've been a little angry? So quit acting like a frickin' baby, you two pussies.
Wow. John, how do you really feel?
Well, because... All right, I won't say it. I won't say it. Well, no, I was going to say, hey, because it maybe sounds like I'm doing a promo, so I better just be quiet. But no, I says, hey,
you don't have to.
I would have just took one of their heads, one of these when they were bitch fighting, and just walked over and took their head and ran it into my fist. That way you could say I didn't punch him. He ran into my fist. He ran right into my fist. I'm okay with my job, right? Because that's what I would have said. I'm like, I got a wife and kids that are counting on me. So, quit bitching out, man. Seriously.
All right, wrestling fans, right now we're going to take a brief time out, give you a chance to check out the Patreon at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, the eBay store, everything we got cooking as all roads lead to Memorial Hall, Saturday night, April the 16th, when we go back to the 80s for a wrestling celebration, decades in the making. When we come back, we're going to wrap up the story that's been talked about for decades, the Montreal Screwjob. Stand by.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product, so support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
It hits different live as the road to WrestleMania comes through State College with the head of the table, Roman Reigns. And a new challenger has emerged to dethrone the Queen.
Face me and put your title on the line.
As Naomi battles Charlotte Flair for the SmackDown Women's Championship. It's the WWE Road to WrestleMania Tour, live in State College, March 26th. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to segment 3, Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursday. Dan Marotti, John Nord. We're talking about John's dark side of the ring thoughts. On the Montreal Screwjob, we talked about Brett, we talked about Sean. Let's talk about the week of the event, and let's pretend that John Nord is Vince McMahon.
Okay.
You have
really? Okay.
Bret Hart, your champion that won't do a job in Montreal.
Yeah.
You have Shawn Michaels that doesn't want to do a job for Bret.
Yep.
You're sitting around your house with Vince Russo and Jim Cornette trying to figure out what the fuck do we do for a finish to try and get the title off of Bret and on to Shawn.
Yeah.
What is your thought as far as trying to come to a positive resolution to accommodate everybody? Obviously, you couldn't in this case because there was so much real-life dislike.
Yeah, well, and Vince had a way of as far as smart as he is and as wealthy as he is, he's a human being, and he had ways of not necessarily personalizing stuff. He would send guys out and tell them the good news that they're fired and shit like that. So I think if Vince would have taken them two guys and said, listen, come on, where would you guys like to meet? And sat down man to man and hammered it out. But Vince don't do stuff like that way. He don't man to man, let's hammer this thing out, make sure everybody wins. But main sure is you guys got to know first that I'm the boss. Are we agreed to that? And if they don't agree to that, tie a rocket to their ass. They're gone.
At the end of the day,
because Vince McMahon will keep going, Dan. You know that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he'll keep going if there's no reason at all the champ is gone. If the belt's gone, the champ's gone. If I was Vince and he just fired both of them and take the belt, I don't care. We're going to make a new belt and we'll think up a good story on what happened and make sure we'll muffle yours that I just came in and fired you, or, you don't have to work for me. And beyond, Dan, I think sometimes you miss this, that you don't know how ungrateful that kind of actions are. That is called ungratefulness. Would you ever want your son acting like that?
No.
And bitch fighting like that. Especially, they're both 5'10", $100, 200 pounds.
But like I said, I go back to why would I ever put myself in that position? if they took the belt off of him before they came to him and said we can't pay you, you have no problems. If he doesn't want to do his job, fuck him, let him go. Let him go. But for the fans of this generation,
you just can't for the life of you accept and figure that out. Right? You're right.
I know.
I know. Me
and
too.
I think there are fans of modern wrestling right now that weren't around in the 90s.
Yeah.
I don't think they realize that the World Championship belt, it actually had value and it meant something. It was a draw. That championship belt was important. It's not like, it's passed around like a hot potato nowadays sometimes.
Well, you're right. Well, you always want it to mean something.
Sure.
You want it to mean something, but when guys start acting like so entitled, you can't help but, maybe it was definitely the wrong way to do it. What you should have done is just fired them. Sean, are we clear here that I'm the boss and you do what I say? Otherwise, you can bet your sweet ass he would have been going, yes, sir, it's very clear.
I think
sometimes guys need reminders on that. And I think he should have got a reminder more than chronological. I think first, sit him down and say, I am the boss. Now, what's coming, some hard stuff might come that it might be very hard for you to accept, but I own this company. And there's other guys in that locker room, about 30 of them, okay, that work their ass off every night. And there's people in the office that work their ass off, that got families. Now it's all about you two? Come on! Those guys are lucky they didn't get their ass kicked because they would have in the early 80s. They would have got their ass kicked in the mid 80s. You think they could have done that shit in Mid-South Wrestling?
Mentioned with Bill Watts.
Steve Williams and Bill Watts. Well, Watts wasn't. Well, let me tell you, Watts wasn't tough.
No.
But Jim Duggan was, Steve Williams was, and they were on the card, and if their other guys are making problems for the company and everybody else, you would have got your ass kicked. But because you were in this conglomerate, huge frickin' company, you were protected by the busyness of everybody else. You were protected by the other guy's in trouble if he gives me a hard time because I'm a top guy and they put a lot of TV time into me. You're protected by that. You can push your ego to the max, but sooner or later, and we all know this, the rubber meets the road, and that's the entitlement just makes me want to barf.
There's been a lot of rumors over the years, John, that there were relations between Vince and Sean, maybe a little fellatio. Did you ever hear of anything like that? That's why Sean was treated so well.
Yeah, I heard a little
Vince
bit
really
that.
wanted him to be the boy toy.
Here's what I know about Sean, because I knew Sean right from
the
both
AWA,
of our,
right?
No, Mid-South.
Oh,
I
really?
roomed with him down in Mid-South, and he was one of my first. He was a job guy, and he was one of my first squash jobs I ever had on TV. Anyways, I'm putting myself over. Do you notice that? But where were we?
Vince's relationship with Sean.
Oh, yeah.
Were they close?
Sean was very.
Were they
when
close?
He was younger. Yeah. No, they would.
Vince and Sean.
They weren't. No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't show it ever. I never heard them not showing it.
Yeah.
I'll like walk in the office because some guys just can't help but, hey, what are you doing tonight? And they don't think anybody's watching, but you are going, look at that. Did you hear that? He just said, what are you doing tonight? Oh, my God. Right? But that never happened.
There's no fellatio that you know of.
Well, that I know of, no. Yeah. And so you can't say that unless you know for sure. But here's the point on that is, Sean was passive. You tell me what to do, sir, I'll do it. He was that way.
Well, he was the son of a military man.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. And so he was that way, and he was passive. He was a young, like you said, good-looking kid and all that, and he still was a kid in a lot of ways in his late 20s.
Yeah, I mean, he would have been in '97. He would have been 32 in the Saturday.
Okay, so
Still a young
he
guy.
was passive, whereas you get more in your mid 30s and late 30s, you just now you got some stake in the bank. Now you got money, and you're going to get a little bolder, because that's just the truth for all of us. But as far as Shawn, my opinion, and kudos to you, Shawn Michaels, I know he did. No way. I don't buy that for a second. No fellatio.
Marty thinks there was.
Marty knows Shawn better than me.
Even one time, one of your nemesises, I guess, Kevin Nash, alluded to the fact that there were times when the guys would be hanging out in the back, and he'd never know if Shawn would have a man or a guy with him. So maybe before we found God, maybe there was certain physical activity that went on. Who knows?
God,
But at the end of the day, Shawn was Vince's guy for wrestling. He wanted him to be his world champion. He wanted to get the belt on him. The week of Survivor Series, you're Vince. What is your plan to get that goddamn belt off of Brett and get it on Shawn's waist? At the pay-per-view you want it to happen on.
Right. Was the
screw job the only way it could have been done?
No.
How would you have done? How would you have? You said
I would have walked out in the ring as owner of the company and said, "I've got an announcement." Okay, everybody's watching. Mr. Hart seems to think I'm not the boss of this company. Hey, fuck you. Then I'll throw and shit. Who knows? The fans are the fans. They're number one always, I think. But I would have wrote myself a really good little short half page and said, I want to be honest, and I want the fans to know about that just flat, and went that way and played off of that.
Don't you think that would have exposed the business at a time when it really wasn't?
I wouldn't say do it. I would be saying just this. Mr. Hart seems to think I'm not the boss of this company, that I'm not the owner, and leave it to their own imagination after that. Stop talking. What does that mean? It don't mean
and Vince was
there's no exposure.
Vince was never portrayed as the owner before that. He was just a commentator. In '97, he wasn't
in '97. Everybody knew he was the owner.
Well, as far as how he was portrayed on television, he was not a character or an owner. He was just the commentator.
Yeah. But well, I'd say maybe 80% of the people knew he was the owner.
I tell you,
but it's a good little point.
You want to know how I figured it out? Well,
nothing.
Every year, I don't know if it's a legal thing, but every year if you produce media, like WWF Magazine, you have to have a certain listing of certain ambassadors or directors of the company and so on.
Yeah.
And I remember reading it as a kid, and it said Vince McMahon. And I'm like, well, he's the commentator.
Right.
And I'm probably 8 or 9 years old reading the magazine. Okay. So that's how I figured it out.
Well, that makes perfect sense. And I think it's like under 10 years old. It's about he was just a commentator. Maybe over 10 they knew that he was, or over 12 they knew, or if they lived in Connecticut, they knew he was the owner. I think it makes much more sense to just kind of if you're asking for the dark side and this and that, there's just no way. I'm not ever going to back down from this enlightenment bullshit, and the rest of it is I'm on Vince's side is what I'm saying. Period. End of report.
End of the discussion. The match itself We know what happened. Sean went for the sharpshooter.
Yeah.
Before Earl Hebner went to the ring,
Yeah,
they told
I
Earl
seen that.
exactly what he had to do, or he was going to be out of a job.
Yeah.
Earl Hebner was probably the fastest he ever moved after that match was over to get into the car that was waiting for him to get him out of the venue.
Yeah.
Do you think there was any? Do you think if you're Vince, do you think it was the right way to do it to put Sean in his? To put Brett in his own submission hold and have the referee ring the bell? Because Sean put Brett in the sharpshooter.
So was it right? What's the question?
Do you think was there a better way to do it, or do you think that was the perfect way to do it?
Well, maybe Vince thought that I am a cornered rat here. And what does a rat do when you corner it? It bites you. So he probably just thought there's only one left thing to do, and that's bite.
That was it.
And I'm just saying, as far as I'm concerned, they're both lucky that they made it to the ring that night, because you ran into a lot of crazy, tough son of a guns in that locker room.
It was a different era.
And if one of the guys went,
it was tough men.
Why are you trying to F up my night tonight? Because you two guys won't get an understanding and just do business.
And it wasn't.
And let's move on.
But it's not just one night, John. This is the World Championship. This is the main event picture going forward.
Well,
it's not
World
one
Championship
night.
does happen
gonna
a lot of nights.
It's going to have a ripple effect in the future. So
I don't think it would hurt business. I just don't. You know what? It ended up probably bringing more business, but I think most of it was because Brett punched Vince. That's the antenna.
I think at the end of the day, it helped create the Mr. McMahon heel character, which went on to make
that's right.
to destroy WCW as far as the creativity and the interest on Monday nights went.
Yeah.
And WCW was so ratings happy.
Yeah.
Worried about ratings and ratings. And
Right,
ratings.
right.
Sean ultimately 2 months later blew out his back, landing on Undertaker's casket the wrong way.
Okay.
He did the job to Steve Austin at WrestleMania 14, right here in Boston, with Mike Tyson as the referee.
Okay.
Mike Tyson laid out Sean with the punch, and the Austin era began. And again, we talk about a ripple down effect from that moment at Survivor Series, putting the title on Sean, getting Mike Tyson involved in the scene. Steve Austin became the biggest draw in the history of professional wrestling.
Well, there you go. I think you know the answer to the question. Is the entitlement and the egos and who own, guys, do what your boss says. And help the guys. If you really like the guys and maybe you don't want to get your ass kicked in a Denny's parking lot 2 nights later by one of the boys because he's pissed that you think it's all about you. There is guys that would have did that. Nails would have did that. Kevin Kelly would have frickin' crushed Bret Hart. These guys would shake when they walked by Kevin Kelly. Well, Kevin started out as Kevin Kelly, Mr. Magnificent or whatever, but when he was down in Louisiana and he was going as Thor, and it was funny. Yeah, he had long hair, and Kevin's just, he's tough as hell. He's tough as hell. You do not want to F with that man.
I want him in this studio, but anyway.
Well, listen. Boy, one of the things I was going to remind myself.
Oh, good.
Yes. Now, I don't know how this is going to play out, Dan.
All right.
My phone rings 3 days ago. It's Kevin.
Really?
Yeah, it's Kevin, because me and him were tight. And he's been selling these trailers around the country.
Barry Dasso bought one from him.
Barry bought one for him. Yep. And he goes, "What are you doing, Bundy?" We call each other Bundy, because hey, you're overweight.
Yeah.
It's like a cut. It's like a cut down, but it's a loving cut down. Yeah, what are you doing, Bundy? Anyways, I says, he goes, "How do you know it was me?" I says, "You're the only guy that would call me Bundy. You're the only guy." So we talked for literally 2 hours, and this guy has gotten offers from
Everybody.
Australia, Europe, everybody in this country, up to 10 grand for 1 hour. And I says, well, yeah, Kevin, I says, here's the deal. Will you, if I needed you to do a virtual here and you do it with Brad Rangans, would you do that? If I needed it as a friend, never mind who I got in my background here. If I needed it, would you do it? No. Really? No, he goes, well, I'm not, no, I wouldn't. He goes, tell them guys I just don't want to take their money, the other guys, you know? And he's being really a cool man about it, right? Now this is just, no, it's more like 5 days ago. Anyways, I said, okay, well, yeah, I will, but God. And he was kind of quiet for a while. I thought I was going to get a better answer, but I didn't. So anyways, I called him back an hour later. I said, listen, would you do at least, because I asked him just to do an event. If I was in on an event, I said, and I was had my money in there. And he said no. And then I called him back an hour later, asked him if he'd do a virtual. He's doing one. He owes me one virtual, and it's got to be in late May, and it's got to be on one of his days off, and so is Brad Rankins. But that's another deal, Brad, because he lives out in Appleton. I got to go out there. But did I get him to commit? And I'm telling the whole truth. You can, if you don't believe me, anybody want to get a hold of somebody that knows Kevin, he'll tell you the truth. That's what he told me. So
I'm ready to head out. I'm ready to head out to Minnesota. We'll pack up the equipment, the crew. We'll have a party, baby.
Yeah. Well,
we'll get Barry in on it.
It was fun because I got something done that nobody else could get done, but I knew I could. I knew if it was going to happen, I could, because we did each other favors in the car business. You know, I sold them $100
so
cars.
You're going to promote this yourself?
No. I was just laying it out there so I could be in on something.
But we're going to have to talk about this off the air.
Well,
let's finish up this episode, though.
But that did happen out of nowhere, and I got his telephone number.
We got the, I want to see if I have the right one. Isn't it funny, though, just the layout, you talk about, I don't know if karma is the right way or how life works. Shawn blows out his back.
Yeah.
He drops the title to Austin. He doesn't wrestle for 4 years. He's on the sideline.
Shawn?
Still being paid a very $750 grand a year by Vince, so he doesn't go to WCW potentially. But, you know, his in-ring career apparently over. Bret Hart goes to WCW. He gets that huge money. They have piss-poor creative for him. And he winds up in that match with Goldberg, where Goldberg mule-kicked him and gave him a concussion and ended his career. Then he wound up on that, I don't know if you remember, he was riding a bicycle in Calgary, and he had a stroke, and he fell and hit his head.
Who did?
Bret. That ended whatever was left of him. It's, you know, I think there's one side of his body doesn't work as well as the other side.
Yeah.
Vince went on to become the hottest heel in professional wrestling, work with the hottest babyface in professional wrestling.
Ain't it funny?
And the rest is history for WWF.
Ain't it funny?
So look at how, if you tie just all the people and everything involved in that one night, look at how that game, the Seven Shades of Kevin Bacon or something like that.
Right.
If you look at all the branches on that tree, isn't it an interesting story?
It is interesting, and it reminds you, Bret, Shawn, it's not about you guys. Wrestling's going to keep going, and it might get better, it might get worse, but you guys aren't the pivotal pin. Yes, he had a world championship that night, but it shows you that the world championship ain't going to ever kill wrestling. A bad world championship or something like that. That'll never kill wrestling. Wrestling's going to keep going because there's enough really good guys that are unselfish and they're not whining and stomping their feet about, I got to have this, I got to have that. And by the way, on this injury report deal, this being off for 4 years, Kurt Hennig getting hurt, Kurt being hurt. I was there the first night he was. As he says, tell him I can't make it. I'm in my bed. And he was. But here's the deal. all these guys that got Lloyd's of London, and Sean getting paid for them 4 years. I'm happy for him. But here's the deal: if you know wrestling and know guys, you can line them up right here. On the injuries, 90% of the time, long-term injuries, in other words, over 6 months long, 4 years is a long-term injury, okay? Career ending is a long-term injury. And obviously, I'm not talking about Bret Hart's stroke. I mean, sorry, Bret, about that. That does suck. But did you know that 90% of the time they're lying? You know that, don't you?
Well,
no, I
don't
was
think
there.
they're lying. I think
I'm telling you.
You don't think their bodies are injured?
Stop.
All right.
Dan, if I tell you, I'm telling you,
I
brother.
trust you, but what
they are. Okay, Kurt's gone.
Weren't you hurting every day of your life?
Right, but you're talking about a long-term ending
career-threatening.
Career.
Okay.
Listen, you don't think Sean could have been back in 2 years? Why 4? Come on, it don't work. Injuries do not work like that. I think my 3rd and 4th year, I'll really recoup a lot better. No, you're probably ready to go at 6 months. Come on. And then, like Kurt, God bless your soul, Kurt Hennig, one of my best friends growing up with him my whole life. And as far as you're concerned, Kurt just outright knew he had Lloyd's of London, and he got it. And he got his first check. He showed up on my car lot with a $560,000 check. We brought it to the bank, and they gave him a clock radio. I said, can you give him more? He said they gave him like 10 of them.
One more final question before we wrap up.
God,
do you think
crazy,
at the end of the day,
you're driving me nuts.
Bret should have tried to just trust WWF and Vince and backload his contract and never leave, never gone to WCW, stayed in WWF? Do you think that would have been better for him? He would have never had that match with Goldberg where he got kicked in the head.
Right. Well,
and who knows what would
that's
have
always
happened.
hindsight, Dan, although you know that. But
in hindsight, do you think he should have stayed, or do you think he was wise to take just a little bit? You know, he was making $1.5 million, but like we said, Bischoff, I think it was 2-3.
Everybody he heard about all this money there, and Ted Turner's limitless on money, and all this and that. You've been with Vince for how many years?
What's that now?
How many years was with
Bret?
Yeah,
13.
13 years, so you're ready to get the hell out of there. I don't begrudge Bret leaving, because listen, you're after 13 years with the same company, I'd be ready to get the hell out of there too. You can't help but want to leave. You're sick of it. You're sick of everything.
You think after 13 years, you're not going to want to do Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursdays with me anymore?
In 13 years from now?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to go back in that back bathroom and wipe myself with some Clorox spin wipes.
Like the baby wipes that Cecil the Lion used to
and
use.
And I'm but I think I think we're a good contrast, Dan. I'm not promoting us, but I'm just saying, so you know that, listen, because I'm over here, I'm not saying I'm right. It's just I get triggered really easy because I don't like the self-centeredness when everybody else is busting their ass. Is it envy? Probably a little. You know, let's not lie. I'm not going to lie to myself. A little. I'm talking a little, like maybe 5% out of 100%.
You wanted the 2-3.
Well, it's not a real good feeling that 150 grand and I'm getting $150 and
he's getting
you know
2.3.
But my brain never went that way back then because I didn't care what you were making. I was so grateful. I really was, and so was Barry Darsow.
You were making a very healthy living.
And so was Wayne Bloom.
Yeah, it was very healthy.
Are you kidding? Every 2 weeks I showed up at my mailbox, had a check in there for $12.5. Come on.
And they didn't go crazy booking you. It's not like they overwhelmed you.
I was so
WCW
injured. That's another deal. But
that's a WCW episode.
here's the deal. Unless Dan, unless you start seeing the light about this entitlement and this acting like a little bitch stuff, I think you might walk a little gingerly because you might have one of them guys as a guest on your show.
I'd
or
love
something.
to have Brett.
I know you would. So you're probably smart and to be careful that you don't rip them like I do. But I'm ripping the shit out of them because everybody knows it's the truth.
I try and be as
the fans know it.
I try and be honest in a respectful way. I think that Brett should have looked at it as, you know what? WWE gave me this title. It's theirs to take back. It's their property.
That's right.
It wasn't ownership. It was lend and lease. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And know who your boss is. And know that you got other guys not doing what you're doing right now. There's other matches on the card that night that there's guys that didn't want to, maybe they weren't wild on how it was ending. Why do you think? This is not collegiate wrestling, Brett. You would have got tied up like a fucking knot,
and I think beyond those three wrestlers, like you mentioned, there's a locker room of talent. There's dozens of people that work in production for those live events. You have all the people at Titan Towers working hard to make those events happen. Yeah. There's a lot of people that are affected by those decisions that are made. And like I said, at the end of the day, did WWE handle approaching him right? No. Do I think Brett handled him refusing to do the job? I think he handled that part wrong too. And I think Sean was wrong. Instead of just keeping his mouth shut, he should have never said, "I won't do a job for you." I think that would have eliminated a lot of the problem too.
I agree.
I think everybody was wrong.
I agree. I agree, but I don't think the boss is wrong. So that's the one guy I don't think is wrong.
I don't think he's wrong.
He handled it wrong. But here's the point, like, about this general attitude. I was skeptical about Brett when we were in Madison Square Garden. I says, "Hey, brother, I'm hurting really bad. You got any gimmicks? You got any Vicodin Percocet?" He hands me a half a Percocet.
Half of one?
Half of one. I says, he goes, "Yeah, I take one of them like almost every night." I'm like, "Ooh,
what?
A half a perk? God, Brett, you got big balls." I'm like, "Hey, anybody around here? I take like 5, But I'm not proud of that. I'm just saying, I'm like, God, ooh, half.
Do you think that Brett handled it right when he punched Vince and knocked him out in the locker room after the match?
He didn't knock him out.
He laid him out.
I don't think he was knocked out. That's another problem I got. I don't think he was knocked out.
You don't think he was knocked out?
I don't think he was. Now, here's a part to the story. Let's get on this a little bit.
All right.
Who certified he was knocked out?
In the locker room was Brett's Inner Circle, Shane.
Well, that would be who?
Davey Boy, Neidhart.
Okay, so.
Owen. I know Shane was in there because Davey Boy got injured because I think Shane jumped on his back.
Side, so.
Shawn Michaels was in there.
Okay, let's say he was. It doesn't matter. But here's the point is he's damn lucky because Brett knows he's not considered a tough guy.
Right.
But listen, you don't think everybody in that locker room would like to punch Vince once in a while? Of course they would. But here's the deal. Again, now you feel you can punch the boss who might and has the power to do it. Just shut the whole thing down for a month. Nobody's getting paid.
Let me ask you this.
Why wouldn't that happen? Of course that could happen.
Before you get to the punch, was Sergeant Slaughter considered a really tough guy?
Sarge was really a stiff, older guy, and he was a naturally big, strong, athletic guy. Of course, he always looked a little older. I don't know if it was just me.
I was told by,
I
can say
tough.
it now, my buddy Ed Cohen, that when it went down, Vince had Sergeant Slaughter in his locker room to protect him in case Brett came at him. And then Undertaker came knocking at the door, and he said, "You have to go to the locker room, and you have to talk to him." And that's when they had that altercation when he got punched.
That?
Undertaker.
He told Vince he had to go to the locker room and talk to Bret. It was the right thing to do.
Oh, okay.
So
well,
that's what led to Vince going to the locker room, and then Bret said, when I get out of the shower, if you're still here, I'm going to punch you. Vince stayed, he got punched, and the rest is history. Would you have knocked out a promoter if they did that to you?
No.
All right, simple enough.
No. Why are you guys not seeing the light here? That why do you think Bret could ever have any justification for punching the owner in the locker room? Doesn't matter why. How can you ever justify that? No. You can't do that. You got all these other people. You don't know what kind of circumstances could evolve from the punch. So it's all about you, all about you, all about you. And again, Bret Hart's lucky that he didn't get his ass kicked in the locker room after he knocked out Vince McMahon. Because there was guys in the day, if it would have been 1982, 85, there was guys in the locker room that would have. But he probably gauged, he probably did it impulsively. I don't know, maybe sometimes you have a thought of punching.
He warned him. He said, when I get out of the shower, if you're still here, I'm going to knock you out. So he went in and cleaned himself.
You go. I learned that.
He put time and he put thought into it.
Well, here's the thing. I know what people want you to say. They want you to say, boy, that took some big balls to punch Vince McMahon and knock him out. No, it didn't. 80% of the guys would have did that if it would have been life-threatening. But here's the point. Again, what's the point? You got other people counting on it. It was a self-centered, frickin' dumbass thing to do, and Bret was his worst enemy, himself.
And the rest.
It was a stupid thing to do. I hope you're making a lot of money on the story on VHS or whatever they got now on 8-track tapes, whatever they got. I hope you're making a lot of money. But the point of it is it's. He's lucky that there wasn't other guys there. You know, he's lucky the Undertaker was there. He's lucky Shawn Michaels was Shawn Michaels, you know. Yeah. He's lucky this wrestler was there because there were all guys that weren't gonna get pissed beyond belief because they're messing with my paycheck now. You know?
All right, wrestling fans, what a story. I mean, I thought we were going to dive into a few topics, but the Montreal Screwjob is one with so many layers to it. We will be back after this brief timeout to wrap up the show.
Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now. The Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends FanFest celebration, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famers Tito Santana and Cowboy Bob Orton, the Wild Berzerker, Dangerous Danny Davis, and more 80s WWF icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, an autograph photo fan fest open to all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up the ring like Times Square on New Year's Eve. Relive your childhood. Get the best seats in the house at BostonWrestling.com now. We'll see you live April the 16th. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. since July of 2020. Every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep mighty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
At WrestleMania 37, she proved she is the EST, defeating Sasha Banks to become the new SmackDown Women's Champion. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autograph print, personally signed by Bianca Belair, one of only 50 made, direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Bianca Belair collectible for your wrestling collection now.
All right, wrestling fans, hope you enjoyed tonight's show. Again, the Super Chat button is open. We put a lot of work into this episode for you. Show us some love. Leave your thoughts. What do you think about the Montreal Screwjob? The premiere chat is going live on Thursday night. Otherwise, leave your thoughts in the description box below. Don't forget that even though it's still chilly in the month of February, that come April the 16th, all roads lead to Memorial Hall right here in Melrose, 2 blocks from this studio that way, John.
We're going to have so much damn fun. Man, that's the truth.
We're going back to the 80s again, Saturday night, April the 16th. VIP packages and tickets are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. It is going to be a professional wrestling celebration, decades in the making. You get a VIP question and answer session. You get a VIP group photo with every superstar on the event in one photo. That is awesome. Then once the doors open to all fans, we have an autograph and photo session, and then the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow are going to light up the wrestling ring like it's Times Square on New Year's Eve. For my partner in crime, the Berzerker John Node, who's going to be there April 16th, I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you next Thursday night. Be healthy, be safe. Good night from Boston. Phil DeCesare, take it away,
Thanks,
baby.
you guys!
Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now. The Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fanfest celebration, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famers Tito Santana and Cowboy Bob Orton, the Wild Berzerker, Dangerous Danny Davis, and more 80s WWF icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, an autograph photo fan fest open to all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up the ring like Times Square on New Year's Eve. Relive your childhood. Get the best seats in the house at bostonwrestling.com now. We'll see you live April the 16th.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over bostonwrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay.
The Undisputed Era kicked ass and took no prisoners in WWE NXT. Now you can own this limited edition collector's autographed art print personally signed by Adam Cole, Roderick Strong, Kyle O'Reilly, and Bobby Fish. Also signed by the original artist, Rob Schamberger, one of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your collection now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. SmackDown is in the can. AEW Rampage is wrapped up, and an unbelievable weekend over in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, to say the least. As the road to WrestleMania continues, we are now, Johnny, 50 days away until we go back to the 80s. Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. We're going to have the 8th featured superstar announced this Monday night, right around the time Raw begins. I can't wait to see what you have up your sleeve next. And you got some long sleeves over there.
I got a lot of good things coming down.
You got a lot of long sleeves, Johnny.
Yep.
Last week we talked Austin, we talked Shane O'Mac, we talked Cody, we talked Brandy. This week, Still much more in the wrestling news mill. I was told by some friends at WWE that beyond the potential, likely, expected in-ring return of Stone Cold in Dallas on April 2nd or 3rd, that they are working on another Austin-level surprise. Who or what do you think could be on the level of Stone Cold Steve Austin having his first match in 19 years?
Male or female?
I'm going to guess male. I don't know if they brought back Wendy Richter, if it would have that much of a... or Alondra Blaze, and according to the Berzerker, her gold-plated nipples. I don't know if it would have that much meaning as Stone Cold.
Wow. I don't know.
Do you think maybe, could you see The Rock coming in maybe to set up next year's WrestleMania with his cousin?
No, because the storyline hasn't even begun yet. You wouldn't want to start it at Mania.
Why not?
Because supposedly this Lesnar, Roman Reigns. Well, you know what? I don't think I'd do it. Reigns walks out the hero, still going to be the tribal chief. Maybe the argument is The Rock is the tribal chief. Who knows? You know what? I just sit back and go, first of all, Austin is on the same level and caliber as Dwayne Johnson. I don't care.
I think to wrestling fans, he was a bigger star.
Absolutely, because
merchandise, financially,
yeah.
Austin was a...
Do you know of all the wrestlers, I believe that's the only person that Cena has not outsold in merchandise.
No.
Austin.
You are correct. You are correct about that.
Thank you. Because
he
Austin
did 17 in his best year.
He's the man. He's the man. To me, there's your face of your company. I mean, there's the man. He was great.
But they're saying, it's 2 nights. Maybe they feel both nights need a little oomph. Well, who could? I mean, nothing against John, but I don't think him coming back would have that much of an oomph. Do you?
You know what?
I know, it is your child and whatnot, but I mean, he's been around recently. It wouldn't be that much of a surprise.
I don't know
it'd be great for the show.
I don't know the answer,
but I wouldn't call it an Austin level surprise.
I think what I'm hearing is that he may not be available for WrestleMania 38, so due to commitments. Now that could be a setup. I will tell you this: when you're looking at, and fans will disagree, but I think Austin and Cena and Rock are probably the 3 main draws right there. So Austin Rock, Austin Cena, I think that would work.
Austin Cena, as far as a match, would be fantastic. But I'm trying to think of what else could be on par with the level of Steve Austin's return, or even close to it, that would have an impact on that event. What about an Undertaker retirement match?
No, I think that
I'm not going to get my wish.
I think the Undertaker's made it very clear. He knows his own capabilities and his own limitations. He was very clear in one of the interviews he did, and I'm proud to have him say what he said. He said, "I'm just not at the caliber that they expected or want anymore." He's a smart man. Why go out and ruin the legacy? They ruined his legacy as soon as he lost at WrestleMania. All right? So
that was the beginning of the end.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
I would still like to see him have an officially announced retirement match.
You never see it.
You'll never see it?
Never see it.
He's a little younger than Stone Cold.
I don't think you'll ever see it. I don't think that The Undertaker really wants that, number one.
But really?
I don't think he does.
You don't think he'd like to have that one more moment in front of actual fans to go out as opposed to a movie set match against AJ Styles?
Do you know what? And I'm going to say this as if it were me. I'm out. I got out. I'm at a happy place where I am. There's no need for this one more match to say goodbye. It's over.
Well, Percy, Paul Bearer, had told me how he kind of wanted to end things, and he never really got that. It came kind of close when he lost to Roman Reigns at WrestleMania 33 in Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that should have been it. Maybe he should have never came back for that Cena altercation the next year in New Orleans.
First of all, The Undertaker never should have lost at WrestleMania. Not once.
Ever. I agree with you.
Not
100%.
once. They destroyed the man. Now, you talk about Saudi Arabia, you talk about Madison Square Garden. Okay, let it roll. But don't do it at the very place that kept him famous. Just don't. I mean, that thing with Lesnar and Taker, I saw him the year after, and I guess I said, "How you doing?" He said, "I'm a lot better than I was at WrestleMania," meaning that he really took a really pretty bad bump. And so things happen in the business, but that was not the time and the place. You know, I guess in professional wrestling, unlike boxing, you can't say, can't compete, no exchange of title. That would have been the way to do it. And then have Lesnar beat him anyplace else but there. But I don't think Mark is the kind of a guy that sits back and goes, I've got to have that one last glory in the sun.
What if it's not him? He's always said he has a very hard time saying no to Vince McMahon. What if Vince says, we need you to try and come close to filling these stadiums? The tickets aren't selling. You having a retirement match will sell, I guarantee you, would sell out whatever night he was on.
Let me tell you, now, folks, I'd buy a ticket to WrestleMania. If Austin,
Not for Austin.
I would.
Oh, you would?
If Austin and Taker are on that card, I don't care if they're out there throwing cat food to the crowd. I'll be there. That's wrestling.
All right.
That's wrestling. So you know what? You may have hit the nail on the head.
Well, I'm just trying to think of what else there could be.
But I don't think, again, how can you put Taker into a position where, I mean, he's slimmed down, he's got muscle, he looks really good, but again,
could he got out a match like he did with John where he didn't have to take a bump?
I suppose he could, but you got to let it go longer than 2.5 minutes.
Or something like that.
Yeah, that's the other way to do it.
That's what they used to do with Giant Barber over in All Japan when he started to get old and was limited. You know, they'd get him in there for 1 or 2 spots. The fans were happy to see him, but I think having a retirement match for the man would be great for the fans. I think it'd be great for the show. Would it be great for the Undertaker?
Do you know what I hate about retirement matches? They're never retirement.
No.
So you know what? Something's better left undone. Bring back Taker for that tag match, 6-man, 3-man, 4-man, all for it. Austin the first night, Taker the second night, sold out WrestleMania. I'm there.
Both nights?
Give me the ticket.
You think it sells out?
Give me a ticket. Give me a ticket.
What about, again, I'm trying to think of different thoughts. What if maybe Triple H is in better condition than we were led to believe, and maybe a DX reunion? You think that would be equal to Stone Cold, or have we seen enough of those?
No, you know what?
Enough DX reunions?
Yeah, I think that's no.
We've been there and done that with DX.
And again, you know, Taker said it the right way, and I'm going to use this analogy. You walk into Barnes & Noble, you look at the book, wow, what a cover. You flip it over, got a great prelude. Man, I'm buying this book. You open it up, it's shit. It's lousy. So just because the cover looks good doesn't mean the inside is any worse. And that's why I use this analogy. Here I go digressing, but that's why I use this analogy with people. He's too fat, he's too skinny, she's too ugly. You know what? It's not what's on the outside, it's what's on the inside. We all fail to look at that. And people need to do that in this business. Taker has realized, Austin is saying, you know what? It's time for the younger guys to step up to the plate. Why? And I ask you this question. You know, when I look at the card for Mania, and I don't think it's finished yet, why are there more older guys on that card than there are the up-and-coming superstars? Why?
Because they've done a poor job making stars over the past
That's exactly
20 years.
right, and the new guys can't draw a nickel. They can't draw because they have shitty storylines. I mean, who have you got that can draw? Maybe Reigns. Ray Mysterio, maybe. I'm doing a maybe here now, right? But then when you look at the rest of the talent, who would you pay? Lashley. I like Lashley. Brock Lesnar, always a draw. But then who else do you have?
You got Slim Pickens. That's
but
why
that guy used to do the advertisement for Pepperidge Farm.
That's why you have MSG doing its lowest attended event in 80 years. Because of what they have right now. And boy, if they loaded up on their March 5th event to try and prevent that from happening again. But nonetheless, I don't think Cody Rhodes would be equal to an Austin level surprise. What about Nage? Do you think he's got one more left? I think he thinks he probably does, but I don't think he could pass the physical at this point.
Woo!
You think
Again,
that-
I've worked
that
with
ship has sailed
Ric
with
Flair.
Nage?
You couldn't ask for a better human being. What a gentleman,
Oh,
really.
I don't know.
Well, but you know what? I see the side that I want to see. I don't have a tendency to dig the way you do, and
Well, I mean, I can only go by
he's a great
history. I think
well,
as far
the
as
plane ride from hell, that's a sad issue. That's something that nobody wants to say that really happened. Was McMahon and his wife on that plane? You know what?
And what about various stories Tony Atlas has shared on this program about destroying vaginas with toys?
You know what? First of all, why
Didn't
does
come
that
from me?
But why does that even have to be part of a show? Who really
You'd have to
cares?
ask Tony.
What a degradation to a female. Why? Why degrade another human being?
Well, he didn't mention the female by name.
Don't have to.
No.
It's a part of the anatomy. And why make a male look like a sick, frigged up predator? It doesn't make sense to me. Why degrade a human being? You know what?
What if it's true?
God forgive me for saying this, I guess, but it happened 20 years ago, let's say. 20 years ago, you were a whole different person. You were nuttier, you were crazier, there were more drugs, more booze, more sex, and rock and roll. You know what?
Well, should they say that about OJ?
Oh, please. You know what? I don't know. Maybe I just sit back. It can't be Flair.
I think
Flair is let go. Flair is praying that Tony Khan calls him.
He's too old.
Well, Flair would be good for AEW as a manager.
That's just what I was going to say, not to wrestle.
No.
And there's only one more thing I can really think of, unless they can somehow metamorphosize someone from the grave.
Me.
You think he's got one more in him? He probably thinks he does.
Well, brother, let me tell you this. I'll bet you, brother, I can get in that ring, brother, and show him.
You know what?
I bet you know in his personality, and like I said, there's very few people I've ever seen better to the fans than him. But as far as the businessman in him goes,
oh yeah,
him seeing these guys getting a couple mil to go over and work Saudi Arabia.
Must be pissing him
When
off.
he was at his peak in WWF, his best year, he made 5. He must froth at the lips sometimes at night when he's in bed trying to go to sleep.
I can't blame him. I can't blame him.
Do you think the Hulkster at 68's got one? He looks good, but do you think he's got one left in him? Like you said, the cover, the 8x10 is different than the inside of the book.
I would say at 68, excuse me, you are literally putting your life on the line, literally. I don't care what kind of match they put you in.
6-man even?
Well, that's okay. So what's he going to do? Tag in, do this, give him the big boot.
Of big rights.
And give him the big boot.
No leg drop.
No
He's
leg
had enough
drops.
back surgeries.
Okay. So
big
couple
boot,
of
and then
bang, bang.
tag team partner
The
X
heel
gets the
starts
pin.
to beat him down, crawls over, tags, they go in, they do the hard work, tag out, Hogan makes a pin, building comes down. Okay.
You think a Hulkster retirement match would help draw at Mania?
He's done anyway. Why would he
The
need to
Hulkster?
retire?
Oh.
Why the hell does Hogan...
Well, he hasn't had an official retirement match.
What is this stuff? Everybody needs a retirement match.
Well, most people go out on some terms. It means
I
a lot
retired
if
for the
it's-
city of Methuen. I didn't have a retirement party.
I don't think the people in the city of Methuen were worried about the what was your terminology for your job?
The assessor?
The assessor. I don't think that is as big as a Major League Baseball player or a
Now, see,
wrestler
there's
going
another
out.
thing you got me riled up early in the day.
About what?
Go
Being
out
an
on
assessor?
strike. No. This
Oh, the baseball players?
You know what? I only got one thing to say about that.
Yeah, you're shooting on the baseball players.
I don't really give a damn.
All right.
You know what? I'll never forget the day I brought my sons to a Red Sox game. We're in the front. Roger Clemens is walking by. I had some baseballs for the kids. I said, "Excuse me, sir, would you sign these baseballs for my son for $25 a piece?"
He was on the field.
He was walking to go to the dugout, and I said to myself, "You know what? If it wasn't for assholes like me, and that's the only word I'm going to use, paying to see people like you, you wouldn't be walking on this field. And now they want to go on strike or lockdown because they're not getting enough money. Stop. Hold it. Let's back up and look at this picture. Doesn't make too much sense to me. They're getting paid a lot of money to do what they do. And thank God they're allowed to do what they're allowed to do. Because you know what? Baseball, football, basketball, hockey is no longer a sport, it's a business. And that's unfortunate because who pays the ticket in the end is you and me. It only goes up. And you know what, guys? You might get what you want in terms of raises, but when the fans can't afford to buy the tickets, you can earn all the money you want and you can play in an empty stadium.
Well, it's almost like WWE in the sense that it's the TV deals that are worth far more much than ticket sales at this point.
Well, that's what they're looking at.
Yeah.
They want a piece of it.
Yeah.
But you know what? I think you're getting plenty.
I can't believe Clemens said to you, I want $25 a ball. While he was on, and he was in uniform?
He's walking to go to the dugout. It was just, you know, they start up, they got all this shit playing.
Yeah.
And I said to my son, John, and it was John and Dan, I said, give me the baseballs. This is Roger Clemens. Be great to have this on your ball, right? Excuse me, sir. Would you mind signing these for my sons? $25 a piece.
So you're happy you didn't get in the Hall of Fame? Yeah, well.
Does that say it all?
Wow.
Does that say it all?
Wow. All right. Well, wrestling fans, you heard it from John Cena Sr. himself. We've thrown several scenarios by you. I'd love to see what you guys think about what could be an Austin-level surprise to boost WrestleMania 38 in Dallas, Texas.
I'm going to interrupt you.
Oh.
I like Taker. That should be the surprise.
Big Dave Batista?
Nope.
Coming out of retirement? No.
I think the world of Dave, look what he's done with his career. What an amazing human being. And I mean that. But I'll tell you what. How many people, and I think people would agree with me, how many people want to see Batista?
You know what? I think he's a big enough star in Hollywood that people would pop to see him work.
Because of Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah. What about this, Johnny? What about if they were able to get the only McMahon that has never had singles action in WWE? Yeah. Linda and Becky Lynch, maybe. What do you think? Was it on this show that we talked about where someone said that she looked like kind of like Princess Diana in the face? I'm going to guess it wasn't this show. All right then, wrestling fans, give us your thoughts in the Premier Chat. More importantly, head on over to BostonWrestling.com. Get those VIP packages and tickets now. We're just a hair over 7 weeks away until we go back to the 80s, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose. You're not going to want to miss it.
It hits different live as the road to WrestleMania comes through State College with the head of the table, Roman Reigns. And a new challenger has emerged to dethrone the Queen.
Face me and put your title on the line.
As Naomi battles Charlotte Flair for the SmackDown Women's Championship. It's the WWE Road to WrestleMania Tour, live in State College, March 26th. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. Dan Marotti, John Cena Sr. It's WrestleMania season. It's back to the 80s season again. It's too cold up here in Boston for Vince to bring us Mania at Gillette Stadium. Forget about the rain out that they had in Tampa last year that Baby Marotti and I sat through for 2 nights in a row. We might be worried about a snow out. I don't know what they do.
You know what, Vince? Take a chance. Come to Patriot Stadium. Gamble a little bit.
Who the hell wants to go to Foxborough Stadium
Not me.
as a destination?
I don't. Not me.
They're That's what I mean. They look now at WrestleMania as like what they did with the Super Bowl. They want to bring it to destination cities: Orlando, Dallas, New Orleans.
No, I agree.
Tampa.
I agree.
I don't see Foxborough, Massachusetts on the list.
Although I will tell you this.
You like Patriots Place now?
Yeah, I've done a lot of weddings there.
Really?
And I will tell you, it's a complete change from what it used to be. The Dust Bowl and the stadium. Now it's a city within a city. Wonderful hotels, great restaurants, marvelous stores, and then you've got the stadium. It's very well done. So it's not like it was before. It is a destination point, and I can tell you...
For the locals, maybe. But I can't see someone out in Los Angeles saying, geez, I want to go to...
but I've seen cars there from New York, Connecticut.
Wahlburgers.
Yeah, but you know what? I think it would be, because if it is that type of an attraction, people will go.
Where the hell are people going to stay?
There's 5 hotels there.
And they draw about 75 to 80% of the fan bases from out of the
Let me tell you right now, if they keep going the way they're going, those 5 hotels will be plenty.
They might be having it at the Garden if that's the case. But anyway, all right, wrestling fans, talking more about the current world of events in professional wrestling. AEW, Johnny, they may have lost the roads, but they're still making moves. Big Keith Lee, one of WWE's releases, heads on over. A big man in a company filled with a lot of guys that aren't exactly giants. You had Jay White from New Japan Pro Wrestling coming in for a stint. I don't know if that's a full-time deal, but he had been an Impact under the thumb of Impact Wrestling Director of Talent Relations, D'Lo Brown. You have Dan Housen, who I have spoken very highly of, that I still don't think you know who he is. The kind of the Count Chocula-looking villain. He does sports entertainment great. I think you'd love Dan Housen. I'd like to see you and Dan Housen go tit for tat, as a matter of fact. Is how highly I think of him. And we are hearing rumors now that, what the hell was his name in WWE? I can't remember it now. Buddy Murphy, that was aligned at the hip as part of Seth Rollins' boring Monday Night Messiah faction with him, Buddy Murphy, and the Authors of Pain. And now, there isn't much left of that grouping in WWE.
I watched the debut of both of those individuals.
Keith Lee.
Yeah.
And what did you think of Big Keith Lee?
Big man, strong man, lousy opponent.
You think he sold a little too much for a man a little smaller than him?
Let me tell you something. One punch would have been over. That was just not a good match.
You think it should have been a squash almost? To get him over?
If you want to do it, that would have made more sense than to play this little game. I will tell you one thing that I was surprised at. He was pretty winded.
Well, maybe a little ring rust. It's been 90 days.
Yeah, but you know what? Even 90 days, you still stay in shape.
A little larger in the hips.
But still, he was breathing real heavy. So let's see how long he will last. And nothing against him. I was impressed. His size, his in-ring ability. But if there was a future there, I don't think he'd have been let go.
In WWE, you mean? Well, I think WWE... Well, I think we know for a fact, they're looking to go younger for one. Keith, I believe, is closer to 40 than he is 30.
He looks good, though.
He does. He looks good. I think he has a lot left to contribute. Why WWE couldn't come up with something than Bearcat Lee for him on Raw, I don't know. I think I remember when he was the surprise entrant in the Royal Rumble in Houston in 2020, granted it was a diehard fan base, but Lesnar was certainly willing enough to respect him in the ring. And I think Lesnar probably looked at him as this is maybe someone I can work with at some point.
He was formidable.
With credibility.
Believable. That's right. And I saw a White when they beat the guy up in front of the truck. That was a shock.
And
that was like,
shock, but...
No, it was like, okay.
It's just another... tiny little guy.
So, proved nothing to me.
He looks like a lot of them. He's the same size as a lot of them. There was nothing about him that stood out.
Nothing.
Unlike Big Keith Lee.
If somebody said to me, these two guys are coming in, I'd say, Lee, I'm interested. This guy, he's just like the rest of them. Khan keeps promising bigger and better signings. Let's see. So far, he's a man of his word.
I'll tell you this. They continue to make news. They continue to make waves. He has the advantage that WWE hasn't, that, when these talents that have been released by WWE show up, it's big news. Or in someone like Daniel Bryan or CM Punk's cases, free agents. Adam Cole, same thing. He wasn't released. He was a free agent. Kyle O'Reilly, free. However they come to the company, it's almost like WCW when it was at its peak. You had all these fresh talents coming in. You never knew who, when, why. And in WWE's case, you have to look at Cody Rhodes is almost like the Big Show, who was the first main eventer from WCW to jump ship during the Monday Night Wars from WCW to WWF, I guess is maybe the best analogy I could come up with off the top of my head. But, there is a salary cap. At some point, you can't spend forever. AEW doesn't have the television contracts that WWE does now. Obviously, I'm sure with the demographic they're drawing, the male demographic they hit, they're going to be looking for a big increase from TBS, TNT, into any other suitor that may go after them in 2023.
Look at what they just did with TBS, how they scored high that night.
Yeah.
Against some pretty powerful shows. What's that tell you?
Some people like a wrestling show without 5 women's matches, without 15 vignettes and skits in the back, that don't need 3 or 4 mindless women that act like they have no idea what they're talking about. Sticking the microphone in the face. What do you think about your match 2 nights later on Raw? There's some things about AEW I would change, but I think it's a much easier program to sit through than any of WWE's right now.
I enjoy AEW.
I thought NXT for a while was the best wrestling show of any of them on national TV, and then once they got rid of their core of talent, most of them went to AEW. Now it's just, it almost looks like a talk show or something. Not that it's designed like one, but I mean, it's got a whole different look, a whole different feel. It doesn't feel like NXT anymore. NXT was gritty. It was dark. It was for
Triple H.
It was for that adult male audience.
Triple H was in charge of that. Triple H made sure the product was what he wanted it to be. He had some great trainers and workers down there. It's all changing now. I believe it's Vince and Bruce Pritchard are in charge.
And Shawn.
Michaels
is very hands-on the day of the TV.
So
but I tell you, finish your thought.
So look, it's changed. And besides, I always
and not
said
for the better.
No, I've always said this, and I'll say it again. NXT was nothing more than glorified indie wrestling with a lot of fancy sound, fireworks, and entrance. If I had that at an indie show, I probably would sell out too. And the talent that you and I look for, we probably would have been at the same level.
Look at how many of them that have come from our events down there. I tell you this, though, who's looking like $1 million, the A champion, Carmelo Hayes, Christian Casanova.
I like that guy.
And I don't know how many times I said to him, just to try and get bigger, get bigger, get bigger. Now that he's got bigger, it was the last piece of the puzzle missing for him.
Yeah, I worked several shows with that gentleman.
Even though he was a member of that uprising faction, certainly an impressive individual. I think if the fans knew his life story, I think they'd even be happier for the success he's found, whether they agree or disagree.
But he never gave up. That was the key.
No,
he never gave up.
Not to borrow a line from your son, but no.
Nope. And he believed in himself. And that's the key to this business.
Do you think he's going to be able to make that big of an impact on a main roster WWE brand due to his height?
No.
Because you can't, that's one thing you can't, well, unless there's something I don't know about. One thing you can't make bigger, you can't go to the gym and work out and get taller.
No, his size is against him. That's the only thing I can see.
And especially where WWE apparently wants to go bigger again.
Yep,
height-wise.
they are. They're already starting. I can see him definitely as an AEW Impact wrestler. WWE, he's doing wonderful. It's like Tommaso Ciampa. Ciampa was on Raw. I'm so proud of Tommaso Ciampa where he is, and Todd Hansen. But I'm worried for both of them. So let's see what happens as we go forward, because it seems like when you make the jump from here to here, it's almost like the next step is the door. It just doesn't make sense.
And I tell you this, and you know Tommaso Ciampa, a former protege of yours, and an enemy of yours.
Yep.
Remember what happened on the loading dock with him and old JBL and Slick Wagner Brown.
Should have drunk the Kool-Aid.
When JBL was the Intercontinental Champion here in the MWF.
Yep.
But didn't Tommaso look kind of slight to you on Raw compared to some of the other talents?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
You know, and I don't think that helps, again, in a company that he's still in. I wish I was in the condition he was in.
He's got that fierce look, but he doesn't have that fierce body.
He's just not thick.
No. He's just not there.
And I don't think that helps the cause long term. Short term, is it going to put him in a mid-card feud with Ziggler on Raw? Sure. But what does that mean going forward? Do you put him on the main event show that they have on WWE Network? Does he sit in catering? Does he get released? Or do you keep him in NXT where he's best suited and would like to be?
I think you keep him where he's happy, NXT. I think the same thing. I don't know how long the Viking Raiders are going to live. I think
they may go back to Iceland on the ship.
I think they're
oh, that's awful too, because you know how much I think of Todd. But I mean, I agree with you 100%. I mean, you know, especially tag teams, they don't like tag teams to begin with. I'll tell you this. I don't know if. Yeah, it's all right. You know, I pitched an idea, and I asked him. You know, I think the partner was in either he was injured or the partner was injured or something.
He was injured for a while.
Why not use him more as a singles along the line of a Mick Foley? Because he's going to get more longevity as a singles. You know they're going to focus more on a singles than a tag team. I don't see them focusing on a forced Viking. I mean, you can see by his promos, it's not the heart of a lion. You know what I mean? Not to put the work down, but I mean, it's just what it is. He's kind of a sports entertaining Viking, and I don't know.
Those days are gone.
Sometimes you get put into positions that you have to kind of live with, and I mean, if he went out there like a Bruiser Brody type Viking or a Berzerker type Viking, okay, that would be different. But I think the comedic Viking,
right there. As soon as the comedy gets involved, you know that old saying from the comedic thing, hey folks, I'm going to be here all night. Not here, you're not.
Don't forget to tip the bartender.
Yeah. Well,
like with the Super Chats here during the live premieres. But could you see Todd as kind of a retro or a modern day version of someone like Mick? Or
but he's got to change.
Brawler, a little unorthodox.
Yeah, forget the Viking stuff.
No more.
Forget
no
the
more
Vikings. That just doesn't work anymore.
Done. Finito.
Trim the beard up a little bit. Trim the hair up a little bit. Come back as the next generation. Call him what do you want, but let him be that berserk Foley, the guy that's screwy in the head, that'll do anything. That's where he belongs. That's who Todd Hansen is. Watched him work his way up, and this kid, another kid that never gave up, never quit.
He was in this TV studio every Sunday night for years working on promos.
We worked with him at MWF.
Then when I see those promos he does as the Viking Raider, and it's like, it's almost, and it's not him, but it almost looks like to the naked eye, he's regressed. But it's just kind of a bland
it's scripted
presentation.
Say it the way it's written.
Yeah.
And I think as a singles, he'd be great. Give him that. He's got the Foley look. Yeah. Might as well use it. Might as well use it.
The partner,
I'm sure. And you know what?
The partner's a little stale, I think.
I wouldn't even hesitate to partner him up with Foley for a while and then have him turn on Foley because he's the number one guy.
Oh, yeah, Mick, almost like a manager or a mentor.
That'd be great. That'd be great. This is what I mean. I don't understand writing. I don't understand the storylines. I just don't understand what's going on. There's so much potential they have, and it seems like there's only one priority, and that's cutting talent, making the budget look better, the bottom line look bigger.
He's done a very good job of that.
I'm telling you, if I were a businessman, and I am, I'm sitting here saying, if I were doing that with my company, there's only one reason I'm doing it.
Yeah.
It's on the block. It's not openly up for sale.
You reminded me of something. Well, anyway, keep going. Well, anyway, I just... you all right in there, Howard? Oh, all right. Well, you know, he was worried. He was talking, you were talking about Roger Clemens. You know our friend out in the front, Frenchie, sits at the computer. He actually attempted to become a Major League Baseball pitcher in France when he was younger. But the problem was the mound. It's 60 feet 6 inches. his arms are so long, it went 3/4 of the way to home plate. So the ball didn't come out right.
I don't know if that's got to do with what we're talking about, but anyway.
Well, we can only
right
hope,
along.
no matter what, that Viking Raider Ivar is gainfully employed for a long time.
I think
I just like to see him used in a way where fans would enjoy seeing him and getting excited about him, having him sell more merchandise, getting those bigger residual checks, baby.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's only up to one man where you go, and that's Vince.
No.
And the writers, pretty soon they'll say, we have nothing else for you to do. They're set up for this big tag match.
Yes, well, it would have been last Saturday by the time the fans see this in the Kingdom of Jeddah. Do you think we'll have seen new SmackDown Tag Team Champions?
I do.
You really? You think they're going to go over the Usos?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Huh. Interesting. I would think just the opposite, but...
Then come back to the United States, unless, once again, we'll have a little interference there. And, you know, if they lose to the Usos over in the Kingdom over there, get ready. It's either going to be singles or...
They headed back to Iceland.
Get the ice boat ready.
All right, wrestling fans, what do you think about these AEW signees? What do you think about the Viking Raiders and all the craziness that Johnny and I talked? If you're watching during the premiere, leave your thoughts in the premiere chat to the right. Otherwise, after the fact, in the description box below. Don't forget, we are just 50 nights away from the big one when we go back to the 80s at Memorial Hall. Saturday night, April the 16th. VIP packages and tickets are on sale now to a wrestling celebration decades in the making at bostonwrestling.com.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
As the Demon, he became the first WWE Universal Champion at SummerSlam 2016. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autographed art print, personally signed by Finn Balor, one of only 50 made, direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your wrestling collection now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Dan Marotti, along with the fabulous one himself, Mr. John Cena Sr. I know you're getting pumped. I know cases of Fabo Pop are coming in from coast to coast.
Hot sauce.
Hot sauce. I mean, back to the 80s. What a great way to get maybe a gift for a loved one for Easter the next day.
I might even have chocolate cigars.
Really? Well, what a great something maybe for the Easter Bunny to pop by and pick up a few of to drop off at kids' houses.
I had Tommy Nash made some for Father's Day. Perfect gold ashtray with a cigar with a Fabo wrapper on it. You
Really?
can't tell the difference between that and a real cigar.
You should have brought it down and put it on the set.
Next time I come down, I'll
Yeah.
bring it. That and a bottle of Fabo wine.
Now, what about these Fabo trading cards? Will those be available?
Only if we can find the young man, and I've reached
Oh, you
out.
don't even know him by name?
That's why I'm
Really?
reaching out to him through the program to see if he'll do a full set. I will be honest with you, and I do not pat myself on the back or blow my own horn, but
You're not Lanny Poffo.
I have.
Well, he's blown his own horn.
Don't even go there. I have shown these cards, the 4 cards that I have, to many individuals at many shows, and they all want to know where they can buy them. And I'm a nobody, believe me. I'm just a little guy trying to make people happy and smile and make their days a little better. But I wish I could find this young man, and we could hopefully do a set.
If nothing else, maybe he'll come back on April 16th, and you can find him there.
I hope so, because I'm more than willing to do business with him. I have a show March 19th, and there will be a card set there.
Another card set. How
but
many card sets are you in?
Well, no, but it would be me along with all the other wrestlers. It's kind of like a card game.
I see.
So, I hope he comes the 16th, because I definitely am going to sit down and say, what's it going to take to produce a full set of these?
Well, or just multiples.
Yep, and the CNBC thing, that helped me. That's done.
NBC 10,
Yep,
I believe.
Yep, that helped me out.
You're
was
everywhere. You're almost as out there as someone else with the last name.
I'll never be that famous.
You don't think so?
Tonight's the last episode. I can't wait.
Well, he came from certain loins. You know what they say about that. But
Peacemaker is a great show. It's the #1 stream program. I certainly hope they get not because of John, but I certainly hope they get a second season. They've earned it.
Howard said
good.
they did.
Great. Isn't it great? Have you seen the last episode yet? Not yet. All right, I'll let you know. Tonight's it. But it should be very interesting. I take where I am and enjoy it. I had my run with WWE. Very thankful to Vince McMahon and my son for that, and Randy Orton. I wish it could have gone further with Orton's old man and myself. We'd have had fun.
Yeah.
This old man, that old man. We'd had some fun. Great human being. But it is what it is.
Who knows what's going to happen in 50 nights at Back to the 80s?
I'm
you two will be in the same place at the same time yet again.
Well, we'll see.
You never know. Well, the Cowboys have got a few years on you. It might be a little easier for you to subdue them at this point.
There's another man that you can look at the book, don't sell the inside shot. He'd knock you on your ass in a minute.
Y'all remember those conversations we had down in New Orleans at that little off the strip seafood restaurant, when he talked about he never wanted to stop taking those bookings. He always wanted to keep on going.
He's a great man.
He's still going.
And there's no reason why you can't use that man in the ring. Just like the last one we did on November 13th, I think we missed the boat because Bushwhacker Luke was all set to
disappointed.
He was all set to get in that ring. And he said to me, mate, I thought I was going to be wrestling tonight. Don't just sign on these pictures. And I said, well, that's up to the promoter. A little disappointed. And I was disappointed too because...
And I was disappointed because I had no idea. But
so I say we bring him back.
You want to see him again?
Oh, I think the fans loved him.
Maybe you two could tag.
You know, maybe it'd be me and Bushwhacker Luke. I got the match.
Well, tell us off the air. Off the air.
No, we can do it on the air.
Why?
It'll never come to fruition.
Are you certain?
I'll tell you off the air.
All right. I don't know if you remember this one back at Soul Survivor 7 when Bushwhacker Luke teamed up with Bo Douglas to take on Brian Malonis and Rick Fuller for the MWF Tag Team titles. Do you remember that Luke and Bo were managed by the trio of Ox Baker, Quincy Rastani, and Reno Chastain?
God rest Ox Baker's soul. What a great guy. You know, I never realized the position that Baker was in. He was basically had nothing. He was going down to the food banks to get chicken for Thanksgiving. And
I think he kind of got bamboozled by
a young couple.
Yes.
Yeah, and they took advantage of him, and then he passed away. There's another human being that I learned a lot from.
Missed opportunity as far as what we could have done with him in the studio. If the internet was what it was when Ox was more vibrant and active, imagine the weekly series we could have had with him. One episode would go about 6.5 hours. Ox liked to talk.
He was a great guy.
He was. And, you know, he is missed. He added a lot to what we did. He was with us from what? My gosh, 2002 through 2012?
I enjoyed working with him.
Yeah. An evil man inside the squared circle, but a very funny one outside of the auspices of pro wrestling.
Just like Walter Killickowski, God rest his soul, a gentle giant.
Well,
Do you think he appreciated working with the other two managers that night?
No.
No. All right,
You set him up.
Who?
You.
Well, I don't think you ever saw the Christmas special that the two of them had. They sang holiday favorites for the fans.
Who did?
Ox and Quincy. You talk about sports entertainment at its finest. But nonetheless, we talk about creative ideas, creativity about Viking Raider Ivar before the break. What about Kurt Angle, Johnny? Apparently on his podcast, he discussed a 3-week idea that WWE had for him, headed into the Kingdom of Jeddah at Elimination Chamber, and it was scrapped. Disappointing to some, maybe. Would you have liked to have seen Kurt come back for a short stint over a few weeks like that?
Yes. Yes. I think Kurt Angle has a lot to offer this business. I think it's unfortunate. There again, he got caught up in a situation. He's done a tremendous, tremendous job putting his life back together, just like Jake Roberts. Kurt understands the business, enjoys the business. It would have been something new and different for the fans, but that doesn't seem to go.
I don't know if new and different is the right way to put it for a guy that's been around since the Attitude Era. But
yeah, but you haven't seen him.
Now, do you think maybe that would have included maybe a spot in Elimination Chamber itself, or a non-wrestling role? Or what do you think? What would you have done with Kurt for 3 weeks if you had the chance?
I'd have made him work.
You would have what?
I'd have made him work.
You would have put him in the chamber.
I'd have made him work because he's no good to me as a manager. The thing that people want is Angle walking down so they can go, Kurt sucks and all. Yeah, yep, right. Yep. They like that. He gets in the ring. They like to do that. And then he shows his expertise as a professional wrestler. Whether he wins or loses, he draws money.
I still think it's a shame that his storyline son, Jason Jordan, has been unable to recoup from his neck injury. Because he was a guy that I thought at this point, especially now, 4 or so years after the fact, had WrestleMania main eventer written all over him with his amateur background, his personality, his look. He was only getting better by the week. They were starting to push him when they were putting him in that program with Rollins and Ambrose. And I don't know, probably we'll never see him in the squared circle again. He has a great position. I believe he's the head producer now backstage. So he's, at least he has a nice position within the company. They didn't cast him aside. But it would have been interesting to see Kurt for those few weeks to do. I'd like to see someone like that in short spurts. They don't need to be on
That's
TV
what's good for you.
52 weeks
right.
a year.
Thank you. Don't shove them down my throat every day.
Yeah.
3 spurts, great, nice. Will I see you again? Maybe Christmas.
You look forward to seeing them.
That's
the next
exactly
time,
right.
As
you know
opposed
what?
to saying,
say what
he's
you want
on
about
again
Cena
next week.
Say what you want about him. When he comes back, the roof comes off the air.
Absolutely. Because now,
same deal with The Rock and Austin.
It's much different now than it was. But just go back to up until the past 3 or 4 years, when he would come back in moderation for those 3 or 4 months, or however long in between Hollywood stints, the people were very, very excited and happy to see him. It was when he was on TV 52
24/7.
weeks a year in multiple segments a show that the fans grew tired of maybe not the person, they grew tired of the presentation.
But
that's the way to put it.
I agree. But there again, who else would you have to carry the show?
Good point, too. And what does that say about the creativity that they have behind them? But anyway, different story for a different time. Also, climaxing in the Kingdom were, as of now, the final appearances of, I don't know if they climaxed together, but Bill Goldberg and Lita. You think we'll see more of them? Would you like to see more of them? I believe a combined age of 100.
Lita can't be 50. How old is Edge?
No, Goldberg's 46.
Yeah, and Lita's got to be
46. No, Goldberg's 54 and she's 46.
46. I'll say this. If Amy Dumas, Lita, and I believe she does still have what it takes.
We'll have to wait and see the match.
Right. But I think she has a lot to bring to the table. And I mean this because she was great at what she did. she could be used in the way they should use talent like her to help the other female wrestlers to understand better what they're doing and how to do it. Amy brings a lot to the table, used correctly. That's the key word here for everybody they bring back. Everybody they bring back. Will she sell a lot of tickets? I don't know how well it went the last time when she made her first appearance in the Women's Royal Rumble. But then there were a lot of the Women's Royal Rumble that I questioned. But I think Lita will always be a star. I really mean this.
I'd rather see her than the Bellas.
Oh, anytime. Anytime. But you can't
And
compare
Brandy Rhodes,
You can't compare her to the Bellas because Lita is a product that's unique unto herself. She brings that special little bit of girlish evilness to the ring. I love her. She's just got it down.
She broke
pat.
into the business the old school way, basically almost living on the streets down in Mexico, trying to.
That's right.
if
That's
I
what she
remember the
said.
story
That's
correctly.
exactly
and
right.
I have a lot of respect for her. For
I
that.
do,
But
and
I just think a 46-year-old woman, again, not to sound sexist or whatnot, but a woman's body, it's different than a man's. You know what I mean?
Wait a minute. You're, see, here you go again. You're all excited here and upset.
right.
You're talking about a 46-year-old woman, but yeah, you say, well, he's a 48-year-old guy. He could probably do
Well,
another
he's probably on the gas.
Well,
I hope she isn't.
You know, Dan.
Well, I can only call a spade a spade.
But you're not, because you know what?
How am I not?
You got to look at it this way. The way that she takes care of her body,
Yeah.
the way that she works out, she probably has the same drive and wrestling ability as this gentleman or men that you are giving so much credibility to.
I'll tell you this, another reason why I think my idea about an all-women show would work is that they could have maybe a specially designed ring for them, where it's not as much as impactful on their bodies as it is a 6'2", 250-pound man.
Are you trying to say that these women can't do what these men do?
I think they
say
get
to you,
injured
they
a
can
lot
do it
quick.
better. Some of these women can do it better.
Yeah, okay, that's why Sasha Banks is injured 3 or 4
LuFisto up in
times
Canada,
a
ever
year.
work a show with her?
No.
Okay, I have. When the Dudley boys put her through a friggin' table, when she smashed up to the ring, this lady will...
I'm talking about someone that's going to be on the road working under normal times, 150
booked-
shots a year.
You ought to book her sometime down here. She'll show you what women's wrestling's all about.
Ever work?
I will say to you that Lita will bring a lot to the table. Age is only a number. It's a number.
But when it's a high number...
It isn't high. Today's 40s is early 20s.
I'm not saying anything about her looks. I'm talking about where her athleticism lies.
I think she still has
after
it.
a broken neck at the age of 46.
Okay, but once again, I say to you, the same thing I said about Austin and some of these other talents. If you use them the right way, Austin comes back for the factor that you need him, do a quick squash and it's over. You take people like Lita, you bring her into the fold, realizing full well what's happened. You make it easy, but you use her to garner, help, and bring up these women to the point where they should be. She has a lot of secrets, just like Chris Stratus. Well, you know, whatever she did in her life, she did. You know, I have nothing bad to say about her.
No, she's very nice human being.
You know, I mean, when John picked up her and Edge and body slammed them both, that took a lot. And she
Good
did
spot,
it. She
too.
took
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
She
yeah.
took it. I've seen her go out of that ring slammed up against that guardrail better than any guy in the business. So you know what? Here's what I say. Let's wait and see.
I think it would help only give these ladies longevity if they were to do that. One man's opinion.
Well taken.
What about Billy Goldberg? Is he done? Or are we going to hear that bum, 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 dun,
And the smoke coming out of his mouth?
Yeah. Have we seen the smoke for the last time after Jeddah?
I said it earlier in another cast that we did. I'll make it very clear. I say this at every time I sit here with you.
You wouldn't want to see him in a dark alley. We know,
Right.
we know.
All
But
right.
have we seen the end of Billy Goldberg?
I hope so. Because they misused him. But he's doing what they want him to do, put people over, which is not good. I still say if they want to take and bring his son in, make a tag team.
I think his son, I don't even think he's old enough to drive.
Well, he's worked.
You
Well,
want to bring him in?
why not? To bring 14-year-old kids in the ring.
Who? Who was the 14-year-old?
Oh, Christ, I'm only joking with
Oh,
you.
all right.
But I'm being facetious. But you know what? The fact of the matter is, here's a guy that has a draw. I think people are tired of the draw because when you just go online and read some of the comments, some are very derogatory to a man that has a lot of talent, to a man who's very prestigious. I think that's wrong. You're bringing this individual into an environment that he doesn't belong. And fans are cruel people, very cruel. And my whole thing is Goldberg's proved everything. You know, some of these guys in the business will say, Austin, Cena, Rock, Heartbreak Kid, what else do I have to do? Where else can I go? I've done it all in this business. So I think Goldberg should say, what else do I have to do? I've done it all in this business. The way he does business from now on is MWF appearance, and make his money that way.
Will Khan go after him, do you think, as a free
No,
agent?
I don't think so.
You don't think Tony Khan would have an interest in Billy Goldberg?
Nope. I'll tell you right now, if I were a promoter with Khan's money, that would be the last person I'd want to chase.
Really?
Well, it's just not. It's not good for me. What am I going to use him for? Where am I going to put him?
Licensing, merchandising.
How much merchandise has he sold?
I don't have numbers on it at his peak, but I mean,
No.
someone certainly.
Forget his peak. Now, how many asses?
I should say compared to his peak. Is
There
how
you
I
go.
should have
There
worded
you
it.
go.
But I think he, almost like someone like a Christian or a Big Show or a Mark Henry. What have they really added to AEW?
But they're not wrestling. They're basically all backstage workers. The majority of what they do is backstage.
Well, no, Christian was.
When you see, when's the last time you saw Mark Henry in the
more
ring?
Of a manager. I don't think Mark Henry's wrestled there at all.
Okay. Christian's a manager capability now. Big Show comes out for that wow factor once in a while. Smart move.
Well, and you couldn't do the same with Goldberg?
I don't think, Goldberg is like Brock Lesnar. The one thing I respect about Brock Lesnar, and I respect Brock Lesnar, he's a great businessman. His quote right now is, I'm having a lot of fun doing what I'm doing. And that makes sense for Brock Lesnar.
Lesnar or Goldberg?
Lesnar.
Oh, Lesnar, okay.
And so if it's all about the ka-ching, Billy Goldberg will be there as a business. I mean, how do you say no to business? What do you have to sell but you? So if somebody says, I want you to come in, you make 4 appearances a year, once every 3 months.
I think if I'm TBS or TNT, I like the idea of bringing him back into the family. A wholesome guy. I mean, he wouldn't have the baggage that a Flair would if you brought him in.
But the whole thing,
there would be internet backlash if they brought him in.
The whole thing is this. You're going to bring him in to lose.
Who says he has to lose every time? They have their own version of War Games. They could put him in a match like that, where he doesn't have to be involved in the pinfall or the decision.
And I'll go with you. All right, I'll go with you. If you're going to bring Goldberg in and use him correctly, and not put him in these wicked, stupid storylines like he's in now, I'm sorry. You know what? I still have respect for the man. And I may joke about him, call him Oldberg or whatever. But you know what? There is a thing in this business called respect. And he's earned it. Earned it. Give it to him.
All right, wrestling fans, you heard it from John Cena Sr. himself, running out of time rapidly on this show. Any thoughts about anything we talked about, anything we didn't talk about? Leave your thoughts in the premiere chat if you're watching Friday nights or in the description box below. Don't forget, we're just 50 nights away, 5-0, from Back to the 80s at Memorial Hall, Melrose, Massachusetts. Saturday night, April the 16th, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famers, Tito, Santana, and Cowboy Bob Orton, the Wild Berzerker, and more. We'll have another announcement Monday night on Raw. VIP packages and tickets on sale now. BostonWrestling.com. For the fabulous one himself, the original HBK, the Hey Brother Kid, John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you next Friday night on Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. Until then, you and yours, be well, be healthy. Good night from Boston. Take it away, Phil.
You can tell I'm hurting badly from CRPS in my right leg tonight because I didn't even get to do my animated Here's Johnny. You know, I like to have fun with that. But anyway, hope you had some fun with us tonight on this supersized Saturday Night Wrestling Insiders Week in Review. As we noted at the top of the program, folks, it's unbelievable, but years have become months, and now we are just 7 weeks away with thousands of dollars in bills racking up to bring you the best in professional wrestling as we implore you to get your VIP packages and tickets now for a professional wrestling celebration decades in the making, joining WWF legends at Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s Live Wrestling and Legends Fanfest Extravaganza, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose, Mass. See and meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famers Tito, Santana, and Cowboy Bob Orton, the Wild Berzerker, who we saw tonight, and Dangerous Danny Davis. We'll be announcing an 8th featured superstar this Monday night during Raw. As my co-GM, so to speak, in putting this event together, John Cena Sr. and I have noted, if the VIP packages sell out, we're going to bring you even more superstars, more legends than the 8 that we've promised for a VIP exclusive Q&A, a VIP exclusive 80s group photo, an autograph photo session for all fans before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow blow the roof off of Memorial Hall. Again, VIP packages and tickets on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. Lock in the best seats now. Save some money before the week of the event and at the door. If you love shoot interviews like you saw tonight, you'll have the time of your life joining the Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, knowing that you, yes, you, I'm talking to you over there, you are helping keep wrestling legends working. Get early, full-screen, ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider Talk Show shoots each and every week, our archives of over 300 episodes, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, millions more on The Howard Stern Show, superstar watch-alongs, Patreon exclusives, my new Inside the MWF Patreon exclusive podcast looking at how these shoot interviews and live events come together, and so much more, all for the cost of a cup of coffee at Starbucks. Help keep the legends working and the lights on here at the studio at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Finally, with it being WrestleMania season, if you're looking to add items to your wrestling man cave or even some cool new swag to wear on your chest, hit up the Boston Wrestling Sports eBay store for merchandise of superstars from every era. You can find the link to the eBay store in the description box below, or simply click the store button on bostonwrestling.com. Had a great time tonight, fans. I appreciate you being here. It was certainly our pleasure. Hope you had fun too. Again, please like, share, and subscribe. Let's keep growing the family so we can bring more superstars to this fine studio, more live wrestling events for you to enjoy. A super chat tip would be graciously appreciated for all of the hard work that goes into what we do each and every week, especially on one leg, filled with CRPS. Wink, wink. Cough, cough. Every dollar counts, believe me. We will be back tomorrow with hopefully, again, with my leg right now, knock on wood. We should be back tomorrow with Sunday Night Live, looking back at a great WWF pay-per-view with myself, Charlie Wilson, John C. Manicus Riley. Hopefully we'll be in the booth. You never know, Phil DeCesare may pop by. The Berzerker noted strange things going on in Phil's basement, so I don't know. But nonetheless, please like, share, and subscribe. It goes a long way. With that said, be well, be healthy. Good night from a snowy Boston. Phil DeCesare, take us home, baby.
Hi, this is Phil DeCesare. Thank you for enjoying tonight's Wrestling Insiders. Get early, full-screen, ad-free access to all our Weeknight Wrestling Insider episodes while helping keep wrestling legends working by joining the Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You can directly help us bring you more great historical wrestling content 7 days a week to enjoy for years to come.